My fiance's grandmother has a large collection of antiques because of her late husband. There's a specific clock in question, and we accidentally opened something up. A few months ago, his dad was coming home from Japan, so the entire family got together to stay at his nana's cabin. His grandmother and I are both empaths, but we kept it between us. Well, everyone got to talking, and it turned out that his stepmother, stepsister, and childhood friend were all empaths too. We had an odd feeling about the basement, so everyone went down and we turned the lights off and sat in circle holding hands. One by one, we started asking questions. A figure appeared a few minutes in and started walking by the five of us. I was possessed at one point, and my face changed as it began talking through me. We caught it all on recording. Afterward, we heard pacing on the top floor, and whatever was down in the basement with us started presenting itself as different people that were staying in the cabin. We could hear tapping on the window and concrete walls, as well as see figures outside. Red eyes would appear outside, and we would be chased to different areas of the house. Before everyone went home, we blessed the cabin with sage and holy oil. As I was placing the holy oil on various parts of the basement, the hand I was touching began to burn and turn red. I almost passed out. The last time we came up there, my fiance's stepbrother had me come downstairs to see the crosses that were still on the clock. There's the only ones left. After we opened the clock, activity picked up again. Feels like a never-ending cycle. Please help.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
I first learned of the supernatural through a Frank Edwards book. It started out with someone on their deathbed talking to deceased relatives, and proceeded with about 20 more stories. I was freaked out a bit and talked with my mom, who told me that nothing was really proven, and a few of the stories were probably made up to boot. In the following few years, there were enough articles and even other books disputing all things paranormal, including a story or two I had read about. I became more skeptical. A few years later, my grandmother died. We were 800 miles away and started making plans to join my dad, who had stayed with her in her last days. The night she died, I was in my bed in a bedroom I shared with my two younger brothers when this happened. Our door was open to the hallway, which was lit, but dim enough not to bother me, who was nearest to the door. I was laying in bed and ready to nod off, when something I can only describe as a faint feather or leaf of light came floating into our room. To this day, I'm still not sure what it was, and I'm not 100% my mind wasn't playing tricks on me, but I know I saw something. I'm questioning it to myself all this time, but watching nonetheless. It floated into the room and paused at the foot of my bed for a few seconds. It did the same for my middle brother, and then proceeded to my youngest brother, who was the farthest from the door. It paused at the foot of my youngest brother's bed for a second, and then headed towards his head. It looked like it paused there, and then it was gone. I laid there thinking for a few minutes, and then kind of faded off somewhat offhandedly, thinking she had tucked him in. I never told anybody about it, because I wasn't sure what I'd seen, and nobody would believe me anyway, so I left it. About 40 years later, I'm talking to my mom, and out of nowhere she says, "You do know that your grandmother visited you, your youngest brother, on the night she died, don't you?" I was blown away and didn't even answer. I was just stunned. My youngest brother and I were never close and never talked about anything. He'd also moved about 700 miles east. We re-established contact about 2 years before he died and got on good terms. One night on the phone, I asked him about it, and it turns out we had seen about the same thing. He described it as a feather of light too. I told him my version about how she stopped at the foot of each bed, but when it came to him, how she had floated up to the head of his. I told him I thought she was tucking him in. He said, "Hell, I thought she was trying to smother me." It was our last huge laugh before life caught up with us both. I still question that night, but little bro was spot on with what happened. I'm praying now he can ask her in person and get back to me one day.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
So this happened about 2 or 3 years ago in my home in Massachusetts. I'm currently in the army and I'm in Korea. And a lot of time alone in your room gives you a lot of time to think back on how life used to be. But I digress. Anyways, there was this one night in my home I'll never forget. I was playing Battlefield with 3 friends of mine, late into the night. I told my friends I'd be going to bed, shut off my Xbox, and started walking down the stairs to take a leak before I actually laid down to fall asleep. I should add that the time was around 4 AM, but to this day, I swear I wasn't the least bit tired, after multiple monsters and rock stars. I was halfway down my stairs when I saw a pale face peeking around the corner back up at me. The face was coming from the left side of the hall, opposite to the bathroom. The face has really sunken eyes, like 2 black holes almost, and no mouth. No slit, no hole, nothing for a mouth. I looked at it blankly for a second, and it just disappeared. I didn't blink or anything in those few seconds, almost as if it just dissipated into emptiness. I sat there for at least a minute, and without a second thought, I turned around, went back to my room, and fell right asleep. Now what confuses me is the fact that I didn't have any real reaction to it. I just simply looked at it, went, and went back to my room. To be completely honest, it felt almost calming once I saw whatever it was. I had a feeling of, everything will be okay. I always thought this was an interesting little tale to tell all my friends when talking about ghost stories. Thus my decision to share. It should be fair to add that there have been some paranormal things that have happened in my own home, but nobody shared a story in my household concerning an all-white face.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
So usually I'm the one telling the stories, but this time I need some help. This one isn't my story, but my mum's. She experienced this last night. This is how she described the encounter to me. My bedroom door was closed, but my closet door was open. I woke up to go to the bathroom and closed my door behind me. Then I went to the living room for a drink of water. Our cat was asleep on the couch, all cold. Then I returned to my bedroom and closed the door to keep our cat from coming into my room, as I'm allergic. I sat on the bed and then saw something go into her open bedroom closet, thinking it was the cat squeezing in without being seen. She called my cat with no response and then grabbed the cat from the closet. The second she grabbed the back end, she realised that this was fatter than my cat. Not much, but enough to notice. She saw the tail, whole back end, and then ran further into the closet. Black cat. I then went into the living room and closed my door behind me to check on the cat, and she watched her jump off the couch after waking up from a solid sleep. I then went back to my room, leaving the door open this time. Definitely too big for a rat or mouse. It was 100% a cat, or cat form. Then I went into the living room again and shut my door to keep the cat out, who then came running toward me, meowing. She left her door open for the cat and went back to sleep. She's been super drained the last few days, and I've been slightly more tired and lazy than usual. She's been sleeping for 12 plus hours for the last 4 days or so. She then went back to bed with the door open and slept from 9:30 till 4, out like a light. There is zero way this was my cat. There was also zero time for her to somehow run past my mum without seeing her, somehow get through a closed door that she didn't even have time to reach, multiple times at that. My mum's room. She closed the door right behind her, and as I mentioned, my cat was passed out on the couch. I'm not sure if this related, but my mum and I are both very open. So I was thinking it could be an imp or familiar, but after some research, I now know they only present themselves in solid animal form. It's not something that scared her, or even me when she told this story. Plus it ran away from her. I've seen black cats here before, but only ever out the corner of my eye very quickly. Usually only maybe a second and then they're gone. This is the first time there's been a tangible experience or spirit or whatever it is. If anyone thinks they know what this is, please let me know.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
When I was about 6, I lived in a really old town in Pennsylvania that had a lot of history back in the 1800s. My dad and I used to go for walks in the evening and always made sure to pass by the house that we were sure was haunted. Real creepy ass house with the paint peeling and everything. No one had lived in it for a while. Being in a horror-obsessed family, I was fascinated by it, and my dad and I would even take turns going up into the porch and opening the mail slot to look in. God, it was creepy in there. It really had a feeling. Naturally, we loved it. So fast forward about a year ago, I was at a playground with a crazy family friend and her daughter. A playground which, I must add, was right behind the street the house was on. You could even see into the backyard if you got close enough. I told them that the house was haunted and convinced them to come with me so I could show them. On the porch, me and the mum went up and opened the mail slot to look in. Right away, a tiny, very old sheet of paper flew out of the slot, like it had been blown out by the wind. The woman picked it up and went pale. It seemed to be a sheet of music, stained in yellow, with lyrics among the bars of notes. And the lyrics were the same word over and over again, across the whole page. My. I thought it was kind of funny at the time. Mom was scared though. We threw the sheet of music off the porch and it landed in the flower bed. Even though I laughed, I was terrified days later. I felt like the house didn't want me to go near it anymore. I'd be scared every time I walked past it and saw the yellowed sheet of music lying in that same flower bed. And I just felt cold seeing the house, knowing I wasn't welcome there. Still freaks me out to this day.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
Once my friend and I were heading from Venice to Punta Gorda in my old Dodge minivan. Simple enough drive, but it goes through a part of central Florida which is almost completely empty. Because fuck it, late night road trip to deliver a QP and less cops. We drove on those non-lined roads, and when we came to where we were supposed to meet with a buddy of mine, the road had a police roadblock. In the middle of butt-fuck nowhere. Fuck, definitely can't go that way. So we detour around some roads in an attempt to get another way. Big mistake, as we were running low on gas. I swear we were below the entire time. The road we took to get away from the cops ended up being around. You have to drive about 70 miles to even get to the next street. I should also mention these roads are absolutely straight for the most part, and we haven't seen another car besides the cops for an hour. No giant turns, and if anything, there were just spots of woodland that gave into giant open fields that extended for miles in all directions. As we're coming around this small bend out of a woodland area into a field, we see a big rig travelling at normal speed, and we're going to catch up to him, I realise. We're probably about a mile behind him, but we can still see the headlights and everything. As we go around another slight bend in the field, we lose sight of him until we come up to the straightaway. Except that when we got to the straight, there was no trucker. There was no truck anywhere to be seen. This isn't a type of place where you can just pull off the side behind some trees and be lost to an observer. There were no trees or anything to hide a giant big rig. It was an open field and this giant truck absolutely vanished, without trace. There was no possible explanation, and both my friend and I were super spooked and made haste to get the fuck out of there. Finally, somehow, made it to Lafayette and there was a gas station open. Thank Christ. Filled up, got the fuck out of there and delivered our bag with much sketchiness. But if you're driving out in Punta Gorda at 2 a.m, don't.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
My junior year of college, I lived with a good friend of mine. We had been friends since high school and lived together the semester before when she transferred to my school. She was a year above me, so this was her senior year. I had just gotten out of a 4-year relationship and began dating someone new when my roommate and I moved into our apartment. This was both of our first times living off campus and not with our parents. We were excited to decorate and not have to worry about the campus rules. We lived rent-free in this apartment because we took care of a boy with Down syndrome. His parents were very well off and allowed us to live there cost-free, as long as we helped him with his night and morning routine, and of course made sure he was safe. The boy went to our university as part of a special education program. There were about 50 students with disabilities enrolled. His parents lived close as he was local. He actually lived a block from his old high school, so we felt very comfortable in the community. Our apartment was a home converted into an upstairs and downstairs apartment. He lived downstairs while we lived upstairs. There were doors at every entryway, so we could not just come upstairs into our apartment whenever. We had to go through 2 separate doors. When moving in, I did feel a bit eerie, feeling something was touching me. I brushed it off because I am dramatic and think every place that was built before 1980 is haunted. We move in and everything seems great. The new guy I'm seeing stays over every night, practically moving in. My roommate's boyfriend stays over as well. Her boyfriend had something about him. He just gave off bad energy and was always mad. I actually dated him in my freshman year of high school. He was emotionally abusive, to say the least. It wasn't weird that they dated, as they didn't begin speaking until they were in college, and I had been with other people. He was not only emotionally abusive to her, but physical as well. I knew living with her it was inevitable that he'd be around, but he was there 24/7. I had no room to complain, so was my boyfriend. I found out I was pregnant only a month into my junior year. I was terrified, but excited for a new chapter. I noticed more things happening, such as doors open that I closed, lights on that I shut off, and things moved. Pregnant women can draw in spirits as they're harbouring not only their energy, but a new innocent energy as well. I try to ignore what I see. I often spend time downstairs in the other apartment, even if it's as though the caregivers are on duty. I notice her boyfriend becoming more irritable, but he's the least of my worries. I'm a young mom. We'd often see black shadows under our door at night if the hall light was on, like footprints, almost that would walk down the hall towards the bathroom. I began sleeping on the side of the bed that did not have visibility of the door. I slept so much better. One time, I was washing the dishes in the kitchen when I began to feel very lightheaded. I saw out of the corner of my eye a tall, dark figure, almost cloud-like but thin, and touched the floor. It was watching me do the dishes. When I turned to look, it disappeared, and for a split second I blacked out, and caught myself on the sink before I could fall. I blame it on the pregnancy, that maybe I was dehydrated, or didn't have enough to eat. The place was small. You really couldn't rearrange much, as everything fit perfectly how it was. We tried, though. We both liked to rearrange and try new seating arrangements in the living room. The couch was against the wall, but we wanted something new. We moved it up closer to the TV, and now you walked behind the couch to get to the kitchen. We liked it for the time being. While pregnant, I was tired. I rarely napped most of my life. I was always on the go and truly too busy. Being pregnant, I didn't care. I'd be a day late on an assignment I was getting that nap in. One day, I was napping on a newly moved couch. Just my boyfriend and I were home at the time. I was sleeping, but not in a deep sleep. The TV was on low. I heard from behind the couch someone whisper my name. My boyfriend knew how I felt about ghosts in the apartment, so instantly I'm yelling at him, "Leave me alone, I'm trying to sleep." I heard his voice come from our room. He was playing some game on his PS4, and he was nowhere near me. There's no way he could have whispered for me to hear that, especially behind me. There was no way he could have done that, then went back to the room, that quickly and without making a noise. Days pass, I forget. At least attempt to forget what happened along with the other little things. I'm in class talking to a peer who happens to come to the downstairs apartment twice a week to help the boy as well. We're talking about the apartment and how it creeps her out. The downstairs apartment has a fireplace that isn't used in the living room. She told me one time when she was watching him, she saw a black mass of some kind fly out from the fireplace and round the corner like it was heading up to my apartment. I was home the day she was talking about. I didn't see anything but her telling me that freaked her out. My roommate and her boyfriend were very toxic. They fought constantly. He was taking her money out of her bag when she wasn't looking. She ended up getting a camera in her room to see what goes on when she's not around. She ended up catching an orb or two coming out of camera, and sounds would trigger the camera to start recording, but nothing was caught on tape. One of my final experiences there was when I was downstairs chatting with my roommate and another girl who helped the boy. We were discussing his upcoming schedule, who worked, and just gossiping. As we were talking, my boyfriend called. Annoyed because I'm floor below, why did he need to call? I answer with a, "What? I'm literally in the same house, why are you calling me?" He couldn't tell me, he just begged me to come upstairs. He was alone at the time. I came up and asked what was wrong. He'd been eating when he saw something watching him in the doorway. He quickly looked up because he thought I was trying to scare him. When he did, he saw a tall black shadow standing there, long enough for him to see it, and it ran towards our room. He didn't move, he was so frightened. I thought, wow, okay, maybe I wasn't seeing things. I definitely did see something watching me that day. A few days later, my roommate and her boyfriend got in such a bad physical altercation, I made my boyfriend call the police. He was 5'6" and over 200 pounds. She was only 4'8" and maybe 90 pounds. I was worried for her and honestly myself. At this point I was 6 months pregnant. He was arrested and she put a PFA on him. He never came back to the house again, and I really can't remember seeing or experiencing anything after that. Things did feel a little better. Was the house haunted? I think so. But by how many spirits? Maybe a friendly one. But whatever was watching us was dark. My friend and I often discussed that maybe her ex-boyfriend had something dark attached to him, as he was and still is abusive towards every girlfriend he's had, but also just an angry person in general.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
When I was 14 years old, my mum lived in an old townhouse. She moved just a year before from another old townhouse that she lived in since I was 5. I went to my mum's every other weekend, and every other week in the summer, as I was full-time living with my dad. At the time, my older sister and 2 of my younger brothers lived in the home with her. I felt eerie every time I walked in. The home was fairly updated. I was unsure I felt so heavy in there all the time. I began to notice small things, such as things being moved and doors being open when I remember shutting them. The more often I was there, the more I noticed things. My youngest brother at the time was 5 years old. He has autism, however, he's very high functioning and most people at the time did not realise that he was on the spectrum. He began acting odd, talking to people that weren't there. His closet was small, just a hanging rack really, but there was more room despite deep inside the closet. Only he could fit in there. He was often found sitting in the back of the closet with the door closed, talking to his friend Roger. I was creeped out, but my mum thought it was cute. They say individuals with autism can be sensitive to spirits, especially a child. It became more frequent, but I was barely there. I lived with my dad, so I was with my mum's maybe 3 or 4 days out of the month during the school year. I didn't see everything. My mum asked one day for me to watch the boys, even though my sister was 17. I was more reliable, so I always had to watch my brothers when my mum worked. I'd sleep in bed with my mum because I was scared to sleep in my sister's room, and I didn't have my own. One early summer morning, my mum woke me up to watch the boys. I heard the back door close and I knew she left. I got up because my 5-year-old brother would be up and getting into things. Her room was at one end of the hall and the bathroom was at the other. In between were my brother's room, the stairs to the first floor, and my sister's room in that order. I walk out and see the bathroom door is closed. I check my brother's room. My 8-year-old brother is sleeping. I check my sister's room. I see her and her friend are still sleeping. I look forward again before going downstairs, and the bathroom door is then open. I know this is something small, but it's the first experience I remember in that house. A few days later, I was still at my mum's and it was summer. My sister was in summer school, so her and boyfriend waited at our house for her to come home. Both my brothers went to daycare today, and my mum was at work. It was just the 3 of us in the living room. We turned on the TV and watched Titanic. It's quiet as we're all very into the movie, when all of a sudden the basement door flies out and hits the door frame so hard it slams back shut. It's a calm summer day, no wind. The only windows in the basement are very small and couldn't be opened. No one ever went down there, so why would the windows be open anyway? This freaked us all out because we couldn't focus on the movie after that. My mum later said that it was the wind, but we knew it wasn't. A couple weeks later, school started again, so every other weekend I stay at my mom's. My sister and I were on the couch downstairs in the living room. I was fighting my sleep. I did not want to fall asleep downstairs. My sister was on a laptop on Facebook. It's after midnight and I'm beat. I say at least 4 times, "Please wake me up before you go to your room." She told me to shut the bleep up, and she would. I fell asleep while watching Nick at Night. Around 3 a.m, I'm woken to the sound of static on the TV and the TV turning off. Do TVs even do that anymore? I'm freaked out, but I try to remain calm and quickly turn the TV back on. It's an old house. Maybe the TV just does that. Married with Children comes on the TV once again. I was too scared to move and go upstairs, and I was really tired. I told myself it was nothing and to go back to sleep. The same exact thing happened again. I turned on all the lights and ran upstairs. I jumped onto the bed with my sister. She yelled at me for kicking her and told me to turn off the lights. I said, "Fuck no." I was not moving again. She went to shut them off. I turned on a TV. Once again, Married with Children was on. I felt like being in there, and maybe it was a freak accident. The same exact thing happened again. The TV made the static noise with the screen glitching, and it shut off. At the same moment, her closet door flung open. I ran for my mom's room and stayed in there the rest of the night. I started only being in the rooms with other people. I was always on edge, and everything scared me. My final experience that is notable was when I was about to take a shower. I was watching my youngest brother upstairs, and everyone else was downstairs, including a few of her boyfriend's friends. One in particular used to flirt with me. My mom recently opened the bathroom door so hard that it came off the hinges. Now, you had to prop the door open against the frame to have some privacy. I was getting undressed, and my little brother was using the bathroom, when suddenly the bathroom door fell onto my back. I instantly thought it was my sister's boyfriend, and scrambled to get dressed. He was a little creepy, so I wasn't sure what he'd do. My brother begins to laugh, and I say, "Who was that?" And he says, still laughing, "It was Roger." Shortly after that, my mom's lease was up, and she moved to a new home. The house is still vacated to this day.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
About 8 years ago now, my dad did woodwork and refurbished an old 1800s wardrobe, and he decided it would look good in their bedroom, which it did. About 2 nights after it being in my mother's room, she started to complain that it was eerie, and she had a bad feeling about it. I remember her saying that about a week later, it started opening itself in the night, and she could see a person in it, and that he talked to her. Of course, my dad didn't believe her and kept it in the room, and it just got worse. The house started smelling and the air was damp in my parents' room, and they didn't know where it came from, so they decided to look for mold. But they couldn't find any, so they just went on cleaning and spraying stuff to make it smell nice. About 3 months later, the activities got worse. The whole house was affected by it, and the doors in the house would unlock themselves. Shelves would open by themselves, and the cups my mother drank from would always be broken when she woke up. This had all obviously scared my mom, and she decided to sell the wardrobe. It ended up in the hands of 2 people who a week later sold it on eBay. We don't know where it is now for obvious reasons. I forgot to add, my dad, when he refurbished it, found a panel under the wardrobe where a little red box that was really dusty laid. Curiosity hit, and they opened it. Inside was an old cufflink button, a love letter to a woman that was written in Swedish, and a strand of hair that my mother thought was off a horse, because she kept horses, and when one had passed she would keep a strand of the horse's hair. Obviously, they put it back in the box and tried to find whose it was. They had no luck in finding who the box belonged to, so they ended up putting it back where they found it in the wardrobe.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
A little backstory on my mama. She was in the 6th grade when she left school to go to work, cleaning for a rich family that lived in Williamson, West Virginia. She was raised hard, but was the best woman I've ever known. She instilled in me honesty, work ethic, and many other wonderful things. She left me in 2016, and I miss her. Here's a little piece of her, People's For You. This story was told in our family when I was growing up. It used to scare me so bad. Anyway, my mama swore it was the truth, and she was not known to tell lies, and I should know, because it was just me and her when I was growing up. She was born and raised in a very rural and poor area of West Virginia. Her and her 7 or 8 brothers and sisters were very poor. Because of this, and because it was many what country people did, her father raised a garden. Now my mama nearly idolized her father and would go with him the distance from their house to the garden spot, which was a good piece off. This required that they push a wagon with wooden wheels past their neighbour's house. My mama was terrified of the old woman that lived beside them. Mama said they called her Aunt Kate. She was older and apparently had cataracts because Mama said her eyes were white. Mama said this particular summer was extremely hot, and that she and her father had spent a good bit of time in the garden tending the vegetables and picking what was ready. As they pushed this big wagon up and in front of Aunt Kate's house, the old woman came out and yelled, "Harrison, give me some of the beans you got there." My great-grandfather responded, "Kate, we worked hard for them beans. We ain't giving them away." The old woman laughed and said they would regret their decision. The two proceeded up the hill to their home and went about chores and other required duties. Mama said that she thought nothing more of it until it was time to sleep. According to my mama, with so many kids, some shared the bed and some on the floor, where they slept with minimal coverings. Mama said that she was drifting off to sleep when she heard someone or thing walk towards the room where she was sleeping. Knowing the sounds of the home, she didn't recognize who or what it could be. Mama always talked about how her father would tell them stories to scare them into being good. Due to this, she was easily scared. As the walking got closer, she reported covering her head and laying still terrified of who or what was standing in the doorway. Mama reported that, whatever it was, would turn and walk out the room and back down the hallway. All night long. Mama said she lay there all night terrified and scared to take her head out from under the blanket. The next morning as the sun arose, the thing stopped. She stated that she then heard the familiar sound of her father walking quickly to dress. Once she bolstered enough bravery, she immediately darted down the hallway and into the kitchen, where her father was placing green beans into a sack. The two did not speak, but walked quickly out the door and down the hill to Aunt Kate's house with the sack full of beans. Mama said old Aunt Kate was already out sitting on a porch as if waiting for them to arrive. Her father said, "Old woman, take your bugger back." And Aunt Kate started laughing and telling them, "Don't worry, Harrison, it won't bother you no more." Mama told other things that Aunt Kate did that alluded to her being someone familiar with the dark side. Mama was a very honest Christian lady, and I never remember a time where I caught her in a lie, or even heard her curse and she swore.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
When I was about 4, my grandparents moved out of their old house and moved into the house we live in now. They sold their house quicker than expected, meaning they were in a time crunch to find a new house. They did the first showing of a house and everything was normal. They were interested and returned the next day for a second walkthrough and found a dead crow in the living room. The doors, windows and chimney were closed and locked, and they had no idea how this crow had gotten inside, let alone died. They looked past that and bought the house. On the first day in the house, my grandma and I were going to sleep in the living room, and my grandpa was going to sleep with the dog in the master bedroom. At about 11 in the night, my grandma got up to go to the bathroom, and not long after, I followed her to tell her that there was a man in the living room that wanted to talk to her. Again, I have no recollection of this. Obviously freaked out, she checked all the doors and windows that were locked, and she had no clue how someone could have gotten in. The next morning, at about 4 a.m, the dog woke my grandma and I up by licking our faces. When my grandma asked my grandpa why she let the dog out of the room, he told her he hadn't been out of bed yet and had no idea how the dog got out. I also had a magnet that you had to push to light up. The only way it would light up is if you pushed it. My grandma came home from work one day to find the magnet lighting up on the fridge. She said she sat on the porch until my grandpa got home because she was too scared to go inside by herself. Over the next couple of weeks, strange things would happen, like the overturning on and off, the TV turning on and off, and we always smelled whiskey and cigars, despite no one smoking cigars in the house. and my grandma always had the sense she was being watched. After they were completely settled in and everything was finalised, one day while my grandpa was doing yard work, a neighbour walked up and asked him, "Has weird stuff been happening in your house?" And Grandpa responded, "Yes. How do you know?" To which the neighbour replied, "The last owner died of alcohol poisoning in the master bedroom. The house was sold by the homeowner's mom, so she was never required to disclose that information. Sometimes we'll get hints of the ghost, but other than that, he's pretty quiet. If we talk about it, a door will open or something, but he's thankfully pretty friendly overall."
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
A little information. My best friend has a ghost attachment. It's been with her family for years. We're still trying to figure out what it is and how to get rid of it. But needless to say, the time I've been friends with her, I've encountered so much activity. This just happened to be one of the creepiest. So my friend and I moved in with each other into a basement suite. We were both pretty broke at the time, so it was only one bedroom. I took up residence on the couch and slept in the living room, which made it my bedroom. Our suite is shaped like an L. You walk in, you're in the kitchen. On the other side of the room is the living room. Beside that is the laundry room, which is connected to my friend's room, and the bathroom. Hopefully that description made some sense. So one night, I had settled down for the evening. I'm the type to have to contemplate the meaning of life, so I can fall asleep. I started hearing soft taps coming from the living room. They were slow, but then it got to the living and I heard an unmistakable sound of footsteps. We had cheap laminate flooring, which accentuated every step the thing took. I could tell it was trying to be quiet, and once it made it to the middle of the 3 living rooms, it stopped. I became very aware of a presence and I felt like I was being watched. I absolutely refused to open my eyes. I thought if I pretended I didn't hear anything, it would leave me alone. After a long time of tense silence, I somehow fell asleep and woke up the next morning rather confused. I know for a fact those footsteps weren't from my roommate. I've known her long enough to recognise her footsteps. These ones were different. I kind of regret not opening my eyes, but I'm glad too. It was pitch black in the living room. I'm not sure I'd even be able to see it, even if it was standing there. That's the only time I've ever heard footsteps, but damn, it was creepy. Probably one of the creepiest things that's happened to me to date.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
Back in 2018, I had just turned 20 and wanted to splurge for my birthday. So I invited a few friends to paintball, including my old friend Rain, her boyfriend Jackie, my boyfriend who I'll call Fred, and my best friend Evie. We all met at a nearby mall and crammed into Rain's car. She had offered to drive us all. I don't know if this was connected, but my boyfriend said something weird. We were on the highway when he turned to Rain and said, "Hey, can you slow down? I have a bad feeling that something bad is going to happen." Which was strange to ask, but Rain obliged and slowed down to the speed limit. We made it to the paintballing place without any issues and proceeded to have a great time. Fred even shot me in the spine, which hurt up until the next day. Eventually, it was nearing the end of the day and we were all tired, so we all agreed it was time to go. But Rain suggested we all book a hotel room and spend the night together. But Fred and Jackie said no. They were both tired and wanted to go home, which left us girls to hang out instead. So we found a pretty run-down motel for cheap and spent a few hours watching horror movies. Halfway through the second movie, we started to feel like there was a presence in the room with us, but we chalked it up to the horror movies. Now, a fun fact about Evie. She has an attachment. A shadow figure has been haunting her family for years. It started with her mom and weirdly got passed down to her. That night, when feeling the presence, neither Evie nor I thought it was her ghost friend. Like I previously said, we just thought it was our nerves from the horror movies. After we all finished the film, we all decided it was best to go to bed. The presence we were feeling was getting a little too much for us. The air felt heavy, and whatever was in the room with us felt angry. We assumed sleeping would help eliminate the feeling of being watched and the overall nasty gut feeling we got. Evie and I shared a bed while Rain took up the other. I usually have a hard time falling asleep in a new environment, but at that moment, I was having a more challenging time than usual. The odd time I did manage to doze off, I'd have these strange dreams of swirling shadows. No actual shape to them, just whirlpools of darkness. On the other hand, Rain seemed like she had a fantastic dream. She was moaning and making a lot of noise overall. Well, that mindset changed when she got up and gasped for air. I sprung up myself and asked her what was wrong. That's when she started telling me about her dream. In her dream, she was being pursued by a shadow figure. She recalled how terrified she felt, hence the moaning, and no matter how fast she ran, the thing would catch up to her. Eventually, it knocked her to the ground, like it was fed up with the chase, and wrapped its fingers around her throat. She couldn't breathe and started thrashing around, trying to break free from its grasp. But nothing worked. Rain could feel herself dying. She thought that was the end. But luckily, she woke up before she died. As she was telling me this, I turned on the light, and Evie had woken up and was listening to her retell her nightmare. During her recollection, I noticed red marks forming on her neck, same as her wrists, arms, and legs. Just about any visible patch of skin had some form of mark on it. I pointed it out to her, and once she finished her story and asked if she usually woke up with bruises and marks on her, Rain looked somewhat startled and said no. The three of us decided it was probably time for us to leave, and we hastily packed our bags and piled into Rain's car. We started to feel better once we were far from the motel. Evie and I began to tell her about the shadow figure that haunted Evie, and I told her it had once threatened my life in a dream, but never physically attacked us. Rain nervously laughed it off, and took it as a cue to drop the subject. Rain and I don't talk anymore. I've moved across the country. And we fell out of touch, but I'll never forget the look of fear as she recalled her dream to us. The shadow figure still haunts Evie and I, but it has never tried to strangle someone in a dream, at least that we know of.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
So back at my mum's house, my room was in the basement, and the only way to get into the furnace room was through my room. The way my bed was set up, when I was on my side, I could see directly into the furnace room, because there was no door separating my room and the furnace room. So one night, when I was laying in bed, I saw a cat walk out of the furnace room and kind of look around my room, and after I blinked it was gone. So after that, I talked to one of my friends whose family was friends with the people we bought the house from, and she told me that their cat actually died in the house. I'm not sure if it died in my room or not though. Another time I was suffering from an ear infection, but my mum would never believe me when I told her I was having problems. She always thought I was doing it for attention, or being dramatic. So again, I was laying in bed not being able to do anything because of the pain, and there's a possibility I was hallucinating from the pain, but I saw a man standing in my doorway. He was around average height, but he was built and had wide shoulders, and I was watching him for about 10 seconds when I heard a deep man's voice ask me if I was okay. I didn't feel scared. It almost lessened the pain, and I fell asleep around a day or two later. My mom told me that she woke up to a man standing at the foot of her bed, and she felt him tapping her foot. She told the man to go away, and after she said that, she felt like she was being pushed into the bed. When she was describing the man, it matched exactly the man I saw. The way my house was, you walk down the stairs, and then there was another staircase with like 4 stairs you went down, and that's where the furnace room, my room, and the laundry room was. So one night when I was in bed, I was looking at the laundry room, which was open, and I saw a woman walk in wearing a white dress. I remember her being pretty and not creepy at all, so I walked into the laundry room, and it was empty. So I went upstairs in the living room, because my stepdad was still awake watching TV. So I told him what happened, and he said he saw the same woman walk downstairs. One time, when I was home alone, I was sitting on the couch watching TV, and it was a couple days after my brother's birthday, so we had one of those helium balloons in this room upstairs. So I was watching TV when I see the balloon floating down the stairs, and it stops right in front of me, like something was trying to play with me. At first, I thought it could have just been an open window, but I realised that all the windows were closed, and it had to have left this room float down the stairs and turn towards me and stop, which kind of freaked me out. So I told my parents, but they just laughed at me for getting freaked out by a balloon. But a couple days later, the same thing happened to them. But the weird part was, they were sitting in different seats than I was, so I don't think it was a draft or anything. The last story freaked me out the most, but could also be in my imagination. I'm not sure. So one night, I was in bed, and my stepdad built a wall to cover the furnace room door in my room, and then made a doorway outside my room in the hallway, so it was easier to get in. So as I'm laying there, I can see a shape of a person peeking in my room, and then quickly ducking back into the furnace room. I watched whatever it was do that for around 10 minutes, but the weird part, it was really dark in my room. But whatever it was darker than the full darkness, if that makes sense. I only saw that thing one time, so I don't know if it was me imagining or not.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
I don't usually share anything like this on social media, but to cut to the chase, on Friday, my grandparents and I were talking about random stuff in the dining room. It was 1:40 in the afternoon, and it was just the three of us. My mother and brother were at work. Someone knocks on the front door, so naturally my grandfather gets up and makes his way to the door. It's unusual for anyone to not use the doorbell. My grandmother questioned my grandfather, who was at the door when he came back. He said there was no one. He looked around and didn't see any delivery vehicles or people walking away. A very long pathway to our door from the driveway. I got chills when he mentioned that, because my grandmother began to freak out, explaining to him that opening doors after someone knocks and no one is usually letting a spirit in or whatever into the house. My family is religious, by the way. What gets me really concerned is that he said that this has been happening for a couple months, and each time he checks the door, there's always no one. We've been having paranormal activity happening around the house in the past week and a half, and I wonder why we're having these problems now. Is whatever my grandfather has led into the house, is it now revealing itself? I've been really on edge from all the other experiences that I've been having around the house, and my family have tried many things to guide it away. This entity has been following me around. Some experiences have happened at my job and at friends' houses that can't be explained.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
I'll preface this by saying that I've had many paranormal encounters since I was young, and many were also witnessed by the people I was living with or confirmed by neighbours. We had fallen on some tough times financially, and the only real affordable housing where my son could remain at his current school he loved was some really old apartments. The complex was built in the 1950s and was run down. It was a 2-2 split floor plan. My husband and I took the master bedroom with the bathroom inside the master. Separate room though. The bedroom was always freezing. I could never stay warm, even though it's Texas. And being from Wisconsin, I know what real cold is. The other rooms in the apartment were at normal temperature. I never felt comfortable being alone in the apartment, mostly because I never felt alone. The living room wall with the TV on it was also our bedroom wall and door. We always kept the bedroom door shut. I was in the living room watching TV alone. The spot I always sat in, I swear I could see or hear the bedroom door knob rattle, like a gust of wind had been blown at it. Our AC unit was at the other end of the apartment, and there were no vents or windows anywhere near the bedroom door. There was a coat closet door adjacent to the bedroom door in the entryway, and it never did the same thing, just the bedroom doorknob rattled. We lived on the second floor of a 2-story complex, so no one was above us. The people below us were incredibly quiet people. I never once heard them at all, let alone slamming doors or windows that would have affected us. I was again sitting on the couch facing the bedroom door, reading this time, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a human-sized black shadow. It crossed from the entryway, past the coat closet door, and went right through the bedroom door, rattling the doorknob. I took my glasses off and tried to refocus, thinking there must be a smear or something on my glasses. There was nothing. I got up and went into the bedroom, and nothing was there. About a week later, the same thing happened, but this time the shadow was only 2 or 3 feet high. Same path from the entryway, coat closet, and right through the bedroom door with the handle rattling again. Got up, went into the bedroom, and nothing was there. A few days later, I caught it again out of the corner of my eye, but it was just standing there full size in the entryway, like it had been watching me. I only caught a glimpse this time before it disappeared, and this time I saw purple in its face. Like purple eyes? Although it could have been a scarf. A hat? I wasn't usually ever alone in the evenings, but my husband and son were both gone one night. I was watching TV in the living room and felt really anxious, like I wasn't alone. The bedroom door handle started rattling along with the door shaking some this time. I started getting pretty freaked out. I knew I needed to go check things out. I got up, enough courage, knowing that I had to go into the bedroom and that the light switches are in the room, not next to the door. And I needed to use our bathroom, which took going into the dark room to get the lights turned on. I took some deep breaths and opened the bedroom door. And as I went straight to the bathroom door in the dark, opened it up, I reached around to let the flip on the light switch. What I felt instead in the dark was my hand go through some wet surface I can only compare to jello-ish, or like hair gel. I was shocked, flipped on the light, and went to grab the hand towel off the rack, completely expecting my whole hand to be soaked in something. It was dry as a bone. There was nothing different about the bedroom or bathroom yet again, and the sensation of the gel stuff on my hand was gone. My middle daughter was over a few weeks later, sitting at my vanity in our bedroom, which was next to the bedroom door. I told her of my experiences, and others. She's sensitive to energy too. I was getting dressed and she was putting on makeup as we were going out. She said, "Mom, the shadow just walked through the door past me and into the bathroom. It looked like an old woman." She was the only one who had ever seen it besides me. We actually ended up swapping bedrooms so my son could have the larger master bedroom room to have friends over to play video games. After we switched bedrooms, I never saw the shadow again, and the other bedroom was always reasonably warm. To this day, I'm not sure what I put my hand into that night. I have an idea, but without proof, and being alone that night, they're only ideas. We moved a few months later. Never seen the black shadow again.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
The fact that my dad remembers is the scariest thing about this story. When I was a kid, I remember having a lot of "I just saw X, Daddy" episodes. UFOs, moving snowmen, a lizard man, whatever. My dad, often by my side, would correct me or clarify what I was seeing. So when I had a weird encounter while he was with me, it freaked us both out. About 15 to 20 years ago, we were driving by a horse farm near his old house. The road hugged the farm perimeter and ascended a small hill that paralleled the driveway. The end result was that the driveway was about 20 to 30 feet before the crest of the hill. As we approached the crest, we heard the screaming of kids and immediately saw a handful of children come running over the crest and beeline into the driveway. Something was off with the kids. I don't want to say they seemed actually scared, because I saw them for only a few seconds, but they didn't look like they were playing. As we passed, my dad muttered something along the lines of, "That's weird," while watching the kids run down the driveway. As we crested the hill, we realised that what they were running from, just off the side of the road, was the weirdest looking animal I've ever seen. It was like a cross between a goat, a coyote, and a nightmare. It was bigger than any coyote I've seen, with a shaggy coat like a mountain goat, a complete bald head, looked almost like a feline face, cloven feet, and no tail. We both were speechless as we drove by, and within 4 or 5 seconds, the road continued to turn, and it was out of sight. At this point, it's only registering what I saw, so I just ask out loud, "What the hell was that?" To which my dad immediately shouts, "I don't fucking know, just don't stop." He was terrified, and that made me terrified. No idea what we saw, but he still won't really talk about it, instead just calling it a chupacabra in an attempt to make a joke out of it. Sometimes I think of it at the most random times and it creeps me out. I've seen weirder stuff, but this is the one that I'm 100% sure happened, as I remembered it, because my dad was there and experienced it with me.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
I feel like now that I'm growing up, I'm starting to feel the gravity of many things that happen and have happened around me. Being a curious person, I like to investigate things, like to make my own theories around them. Yesterday morning, I started having this conversation with my mum about my theories on what dreams actually are and what science says about it. In the midst of that conversation, I suddenly recalled an incident that happened with her many years ago. My mum is not at all a person who likes to make things up. She's always so skeptical of superstitions, and only I know that if she claims to be watching something with her own eyes, which freaked her out and almost froze her to death, she's speaking the truth. It happened around 12 years ago. My family was going through a financial crisis, and we used to live in my maternal grandma's house back then. Recently, a thief had also been sighted into the house, who ran away in panic because of the fear of being caught. Many scary things were happening, and we were damn serious towards all of them, as they were causing our family a lot of stress. I didn't get to know exactly when and how, but one evening, my mum told my grandma that she saw a hairy demon in the bathroom, and almost froze to death seeing that. As I was a stupid 11-year-old kid back then, I took it as a fun horror story and let it be. When I recalled this incident yesterday, I decided to ask my mum about the details. So I asked her to explain how that actually is. She told me that I was sitting on the floor of our bathroom, and she said that it looked like an early man. Told me it was so gigantic, and when it stood up on its legs, he easily reached the ceiling. As she froze and started screaming for help to my dad, this creature took only a couple of very, very long strides, and then disappeared. She says she doesn't recall much details from how this thing actually disappeared. I asked her why she calls this thing a demon. She said that's because what her first guess was. I asked, so you mean to say it looked like a caveman? She said, no, it wasn't a man or human in the first place. A beast? I asked. She said yes. She said it had very long hair all over its body, and their hair had a soil-like colour. Immediately, my brain said, Bigfoot? Then I googled Bigfoot and showed her the images. She said that it was very much of the same appearance as those images. I was shocked to hear that. The thing is, I'm from India. Nobody ever heard of any Bigfoot in India, let alone in an urban environment. And that too, in one's bathroom. As weird and illogical this incident sounds, it really happened. My mum rarely believes in things like this, and is always very serious towards life. She's never been attention-seeking or something, and this incident never helped her in any way. In fact, she was facing so many more challenges in life that this incident was a fresh wound on already wounded skin. So what do you guys think of this incident?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
I was staying over at my friend's house for the night. We're both 21, and on the day of his 21st birthday, I stayed over and slept in the spare room downstairs. The house is newly built and very modern, so I don't think there's any chance of old hauntings, etc. being possible. Anyways, the night I slept in that room, I fell asleep like a baby, around 11 PM. I had a dream of a really old house I'd never seen in my life. One story, concrete path to the doorstep, and no garage. I remember in the dream approaching the house slowly and peering into the window on the right of the house leading into a window. There was an empty bedroom except for a bed and an old Caucasian lady lying on it silently. She rolled over and looked at me, and the dream ended abruptly, as I was woken in cold sweat by what sounded like the groaning of an old man. I looked around and nothing. Checked under the bed and closet and nothing. Checked my phone and it was 6 AM. I'm an extremely heavy sleeper and barely wake up to alarms I set for myself for work. And since it was a weekend, I tend to wake up very late. What was even more weird was that due to having night terrors as a kid, I was almost convinced it was responsible for me never dreaming. After that though, this dream was extremely vivid. I told my friend's mum about this later that day, and she mentioned something along the lines of, "That's strange. Next time sleep in the upstairs room, because I forgot to salt that room." The mum is quite religious though. I couldn't tell you what religion. There's statues on the table upstairs with posters in another language I can't recognise, and she seems to be quite interested in the paranormal, saying she has visions of my other friends, some sinking in water and other symbolic things, mentioning that her son strictly doesn't want me to tell him about this experience and didn't elaborate. Any ideas? If it helps, I'm Filipino and don't partake in anything religious or paranormal myself. I've also never seen that woman in my dream before and a groan. Though my friend has a dog, he has to stay in the backyard to sleep, meaning there's no way a dog can impersonate the groan of an old man in my ear, run out the room and close the door behind him, so I've got no idea. On the day, it was just my friend sleeping in his room upstairs and the mom sleeping in the parents' bedroom upstairs as well. And they're basically second family, so I don't think they'd play a prank on me. I've never experienced anything like this.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
There's a place in Nova Scotia known locally as a little girl's grave. It's a gravestone of a young girl named Catherine McIntosh. She died of an illness and was originally buried in McLennan's cemetery. However, due to a dispute with a neighbour, her body was dug up and moved to the side of Greenville Road in front of the family farm. One night, I went with two friends to visit the gravestone. It was a dark and gloomy night. Driving down the eerie winding dirt road until we came upon the location. We brought a toy to leave at the gravestone. The local law surrounding the site says to leave a toy for her and to never take a toy away. It wasn't until we left and began driving down the dirt road that we had a paranormal experience. We noticed on the front windshield and the condensation a small child's footprint on the glass. It was so detailed and human-like. It scared us quite a bit, to say the least. One of the friends I had visited the gravesite with, we worked at the same restaurant at the time. A few days after we had visited the site, we were working together and we both heard something truly bizarre. It was the sound of a child laughing, very faintly. We both stared at each other in disbelief. We had no idea where the sound originated from whatsoever, as there was no one around except the two of us. Not long after this, we had a falling out, and haven't spoken with each other since 2013. This is one of the only paranormal experiences that I've encountered in my life. If anyone who reads this has had any similar experiences at this gravestone, please share it with this community.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
I think I know what happened, but there are some things I can't explain that well. I have several vivid early memories, up to age 6, of me and my current life. They track exactly what my family remembers, and with pictures and timelines, etc. Around the age of 5, I began having terrifying nightmares that I couldn't wake up from, and didn't know weren't real. I would go days thinking that my nightmares were real. I still have nightmares and night terrors like this, where I wake up screaming, with scratches, bruises, and feeling deeply disturbed. When I was 6, my 2 best friends moved away, and that's my last real memory, before I fell asleep and woke up, when I was 10. The alternate life and reality in very similar ways, but there are enough differences and scattered memories that it noticeably doesn't match up. I remember things that reportedly never happened to me, and have no recollection of things that did. For example, I remember a situation where I watched the neighbour's kids for 30 minutes when I was 8. When I woke up and 4 years had passed, the kids were the same age, and I didn't babysit them for the first time for 30 minutes until I was 11. When I was 11, I knew exactly what was going to happen during those 30 minutes, because I knew already. It was like what I had previously experienced came true 3 years later. I've kept journals since I could write, and I remember writing, yesterday it was 2005, now it's 2006, and about my New Year's Eve. What I remember happening was going to the plains and watching fireworks. I did write the first sentence, but in the physical diary I didn't say what we did. When I asked my mom, it turned out we were in our neighbourhood that year. We have pictures of my sister and me at 2 kids' exhibits at Niagara Falls on the same day. I remember one, which was a glass factory. We have pictures of another, which I think was a science factory. I remember the outfit because I thought it was really pretty, but not the event. It doesn't even seem familiar when I look at the pictures. Like the kid in them is me, but it wasn't how I remember myself during those years. It's just a little off. I know it's normal for kids to forget things, but 15 years later, I still don't recognise myself or anything in it. It was like I fell asleep, lived for 4 years, went back to sleep during those 4 years, and woke up in another alternate life. It really shook me up and felt like I was seeing the world in a different filter. Colours were slightly different, people looked a bit different. I felt shorter than in my dream, and I felt emotions differently. They were much, much stronger. My personality changed completely. I became more withdrawn, aloof, and depressed. I had panic attacks all the time and would get overstimulated by seemingly small things. I've been that way ever since. Weirdly enough, my mom says the same thing. Around the time I was 10, my personality changed a lot. Personalities and a sense of identity don't really develop until around that age, so it's entirely possible my personality was mainly a mix of what I saw and what I imagined, and that's why I was so different after those 4 years. As an adult, I've been diagnosed with several mental illnesses, including bipolar with psychosis and borderline personality disorder, both of which can feature symptoms of dissociation, depersonalization, and derealization. I do not have a dissociative disorder, so I'm pretty sure all of this was the beginning of the psychosis and disassociation related to the other disorders that I would experience for the majority of my life. That really doesn't make it any less weird.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
So basically, it was me, my mother, and my father. And for some odd reason, I decided to ask them if I could go into the mall for a bit, just to check if they had certain stuff that I was wanting. And as I leave the store, to my right is a food court, and to my left there's a whole line of chain stores and such. As I'm walking past these stores, just glancing at them, not really paying any attention to what's in front of me, this girl out of nowhere says, "Hey, stop, I want to talk to you. I have a message for you." So of course, I stop dead in my tracks. And I'm all in my head like, is she talking to me or someone else? And she goes, "No, I want to talk to you," with this weird gesture. So at this point, I'm freaked out. Why is she wanting to talk to me? Like, what the fuck? And before I know it, she's asking me about school and asking how my life is and some other questions I don't really remember. She then, in the middle of our conversation, takes her hand and puts it up about halfway and spreads her fingers in a way that says, "Let's interlock our fingers and have our palms touching." I don't know how else to describe it, but when our hands touched, it felt like there was so much good and loving energy that I just needed in that time. At the same time, I was struggling with my faith, and as we were holding hands, I literally swear to God I fucking came in my pants. Not a lot, but just enough to kind of notice. Appearance-wise, she had red hair, a white tank top with spaghetti straps, black jeans and black shoes. I believe wears some generic sneakers like Vans or Converse. At the end of our conversation, before she left, she was telling me how much she loved me, and that she was proud of me and how far I've come. I honestly don't even know what she was. I've been told that she may have been an angel or something else. She also had like bodyguards around her. It was more in the shape of a crescent moon kind of thing, and they were all dressed in like black clothes. Very formal, but also kind of minimalist, so to speak. I also have the idea that she could be dualistic, or the yin and yang of all that exists. I don't know, just my thoughts. Also, this happened like 3 years ago. I'm 20 now, about to be 21, and I was 16 when it happened. I still think about her on the daily, 24/7. She had a very mom or mother kind of vibe to her. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on who or what she could be. Please, I'm begging for you to tell me.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
I'm going to try and explain this as best as I can remember. This happened when I was in high school, probably around 16 or 17, and I'm now 27. So please forgive me if I can't recall every detail. At the time, I had a girlfriend. There's a hip little neighbourhood in our city called Kensington that we would always meet up at to spend time together. She lived far north in the city, and I was pretty far south. Kensington was right around the middle, and a nice place to hang out. We were walking away from the train platform, almost a full block away, when a man in a suit came running at us with a panicked look on her face. Frantically, he says, "Can you help me? My wife just went into labour and I was supposed to meet my sisters at Starbucks in a couple of minutes, but I need to run to the hospital. Can you please bring her this bag?" And holds out a plastic shopping bag. My girlfriend kind of nudges my arm, obviously thinking this is a little sketchy. But I say, yeah, for sure. He tells me her name. We'll say Sarah. Thanks me and runs straight to the train platform. When I realise that the bag is strangely light, I tell her and she suggests we look inside. I'm conflicted by this, but concede that it's reasonable seeing how odd this whole situation was. When we look in the bag, all that is there is a couple of crumpled up receipts and another crumpled up bag. We open the second bag and there's nothing inside. We're freaked out, considering just turning around and not going into the Starbucks, but my curiosity has gotten the best of me at this point. We walk the remaining block or two, and as I walk into the Starbucks, I call out, Sarah? A woman stands up, yells very emphatically, "Thank you so much. I have to go to the hospital now to be there for the birth, but I appreciate this so much, blah, blah, blah." She throws out her arms around me in a huge hug and then runs out the door. And that's it. I looked up social experiments, TV shows, and every couple of years I remember and Google to see if anyone has experienced anything similar. But nothing. Never have had a reasonable suggestion that makes sense to me. And it's just something that bothers me when I think about it. These weren't university-aged people. These were adults in their late 30s or 40s at least. So I don't think it was a school project or anything. Any idea what this could have been for? What was the purpose of the whole interaction?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
This new year, I wanted to do something special with my boyfriend, so we decided to go away for the night to a fancy resort in the middle of the desert. The whole day was absolutely lovely. We relaxed by the pool, saw some native wildlife, had great food, etc. By nightfall, we were quite tired from being out in the sun all day, so decided to have a super chill night in, watching movies and just pigging out. At around 11 PM, we heard a party starting up over the sand dunes. We didn't think anything of it. It was New Year's, right? People are out partying. The music was loud, and we could hear people yelling and laughing, and generally sounding like they were having a great time. By the time our movie marathon ended, it was around 3 AM, and we were exhausted. The party was still going strong. Good for them. But it continued loud and strong up until around 5:30 AM. A bit annoying, but nothing weird. But that was until it was time for us to check out. I made a comment to the receptionist, something along the lines of, "Sounded like it was a crazy party last night. It lasted all night long. Damn loud too." To which she responds that the party at the main hall was great, but they made sure it only stayed open until around 2 AM. Weird. So thinking out loud, I say that maybe people decided to camp out close to the resort and throw a party. To which she says that was impossible, as the resort owns around 500 hectares, including the land around the resort, so it wouldn't be possible for anyone to camp anywhere close to us. Wait, what? We definitely heard a loud-ass party next to us. Freaked out, and dead set on finding a rational explanation for this, we went to check out the area where we thought the party was coming from, but there was nothing there. No signs of a party, no signs of anything. Just a vast and empty desert. Now we're freaked out and just ready to get the hell out of there. But I couldn't let it go. So later on I started Googling keywords and found something about how jinns live in the desert, and that they're known to congregate around or in proximity to people having parties and drinking. So is this a group of jinns just having a good time? Or am I looking too deep into it?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
I'll start off by saying that these all happened in and around my home. My house was built in 1928, which was a house that was originally there from a town that was flooded to create a man-made reservoir. So it's very densely forested and secluded. The previous owner apparently died of a heart attack in the home and left all his belongings in the home before I moved in and such. So I'll get to the first encounter I had when I was 14 years old. I was laying in my bedroom at around 2 AM, and it was basically in a nook in the corner of my room, so I could only see outside into my hallway, and the stairs were hidden from view. I have an older sister that would usually get home late. So randomly, the lights turn on in the hallway, and I hear as someone was slowly walking up my stairs, and then got very hard and fast, like someone was running, and it immediately stopped. I said hello, and mind you, could only see the hallway, and I was just frozen because there was no one. I immediately called my home phone and woke up my parents because I thought someone was in the house. Never found out. The second story was similar, but occurred outside the house. This is just a very eerie thing that happened to me. So as I said earlier, I live in the woods and it gets very quiet at night. So I'm on my computer and I had my window cracked and I randomly heard something loud outside. So I stick my head out of the window and keep listening. It's about 5 minutes and I hear a grown man screaming "help" very frantically. I know one could say it was an animal, but I've lived here for my whole life and have hunted and heard animals. I got automatically frightened and was contemplating calling the police. I waited another 5 minutes and I heard it again, but now this time it seemed further away and more frightened. So I called 911 and they never found anything.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
The house I was raised in was a renovated carriage house. Sometime around 1860, it was converted to a home. I know this because in remodeling our living room in the late 60s, we found the original 12x1 boards of the carriage house covered by strips of newspaper dated 1860. The headline read, "War has begun." Over the newspaper strips were many different wallpapers. Then came some lath and plaster with more wallpaper over it. My father's mother and father purchased the house in 1912. From the little bit of research I did when I was a teen, I believe the house was first purchased by a family whose mother never left. I never had any information from my grandparents about any hauntings, but my mother told me that she would sit up late at night and hear walking in the upstairs front bedroom. Sometimes the walking would go out into the upstairs hallway, and sometimes down the stairs. We had a couple of little dogs who would suddenly get up, go to the bottom of the stairs and start barking. Slowly, they would back up from the stairs to finally ending up staring at the back wall of the living room. My part is as a young child, approximately aged 4 up to age 18, I would smell what my mom called a posy. She said it was what ladies of pre- and post-Civil War days would wear. It would fill my room, and I would know the lady was there. The lady would sit in my bedroom and rub my forehead gently and brush her fingers across my cheek, as if she were brushing my hair away from my face. I was never ever afraid of Mary at no time. After I married, my husband and I came home for a few months, staying in our basement rec room. One night, I went to bed early because I didn't feel well. My husband and mother were upstairs watching TV. Suddenly, they heard a loud crashing sound in the basement. My husband came downstairs to see if I had dropped something. I was totally in dreamland and heard nothing. The only thing that could have made the noise was a pipe that had been leaned up in a corner, but in such a way that it couldn't have fallen by itself. We believe it was Mary coming to check on me. Her full skirt must have brushed the pipe and made it fall.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
3 months ago, I went on vacation to Italy with my spouse and some friends. We were in a rather old and gloomy house. When it came time to divide up the rooms, one of our friends, who claims to be a psychic, refused to take a particular room because of bad vibes. I didn't care, so we took it. After the third night, I was suddenly awakened. Something was tugging at my foot 2 times in a row. I wasn't afraid, but I was surprised. It felt a bit like a child playing or wanting to ask something. I told myself that I was dreaming, but the following night, I felt as if someone was resting gently on my legs. When I opened my eyes to see what was going on, I saw a little boy standing at the end of the bed. I was really scared, even though I didn't feel anything evil. I explained the whole thing to my psychic friend, who wanted to help me. She detected several spirits. According to her, the little boy even grabbed her arm, pulled her hair, and then went to another room. He just wanted to play. Nothing has happened since. Recently, however, strange things have been happening. I wake up several times for no reason at night, with the feeling that something is wrong. Once again, I was awakened with the sensation that my foot was being pulled. And this is where it gets creepy. A week ago, my spouse was getting ready to leave in the morning. Half asleep, I felt a warm hug enveloping me, and I was happy that he was giving me a hug before leaving for work. Except that at the same time, I hear my spouse in the other room leaving and locking the door. Who the hell was hugging me? I was terrified, so I turned on the lamp and left the room. Calmed down, I wanted to go back to the room to turn off the lamp. It was already off, but I remembered clearly that I turned it on. Here's the story. I'm lost. I have so many questions. Is it possible that this ghost boy followed me? Why show up 3 months later? Is he trying to tell me something? How do I know what he wants or help him?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
Just want to say that nothing unusual got caught on camera. However, some things did happen, and I'm looking for some opinions. We started to go step by step through the ground floor, and whatever remained on the first floor. This time, we used a separate phone to make sound recording. There were a few strange things that happened at the time, and a few that we had found at home. The most weird thing is that we heard a gunshot when we were on the first floor. Just to mention, the location is quite secluded, without too many people in vicinity, and most of them don't have guns. After wondering what happened and thinking something big had collapsed, we couldn't explain it in the end. And it was a very sharp bang followed by an echo, not common with something falling or crashing and squashing to the muddy floor. Also, as we got back down, there wasn't something new on the floor to have caused such a sound. Next strange thing was in the moment we entered the stairs into a cell block, both of us started to feel really weird. Not exactly fear or dread, but rather like a panic and weak state, or similar to low blood pressure. The second we left the cell block, it stopped. It felt like I was rejuvenating. The last thing we felt was a strange odour from the courtyard, like electrical motherboards or components. When we got home and started to go through the sound recordings, we noticed something really strange. We could hear some stuff we didn't say or hear, and the most creepy is that it sounded similar to our voice. Not perfect, but close with a weird tone, different vocalization, and sounded like it was from a different position from us on the phone. First one was exactly before the gunshot. I don't know. After that, we could hear the gunshot and I say, I don't know what that was. The second time, we heard a small girl giggle when going downstairs and stopped to look at something. The third and last time I actually answered to something I asked, to the other person I was with. I asked if she wanted to go to some part of the prison, but she was scared pretty much already and nodded no with her head. She didn't say anything. On the recording, the voice whispered, "Not now," or "You can't." Not sure as one letter changes the whole thing. Literally, I heard it so clear like it whispered directly into the phone, although she was 1 or 2 meters away. Even I didn't hear so well, and I was holding the phone. One last thing, but not certain it's paranormal. Maybe it was just us when we started sniffling that electrical odour smell. On the recording, we could still hear the sniffling as we were literally walking. Other things also can be heard like whispers. Not sure it was me. What is creepy about this is that all the voice phenomena sounded a lot like ours, mine and the girl I was with, like trying to mimic us and even mimic what we said before. I said, "I don't know," a few times when exploring the prison. My friend also laughed and giggled a few times on a joke I made in the courtyard. Just not sure what to say. Never thought something like this would happen. Went there to get photo evidence. The sound recording was just a hunch from me before going in. Anyway, I'm not going back there a third time. Mostly because the feeling I got entering the cell block, it felt like my body was struggling to cope.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
Just want to share my experience of living in a haunted house. I've been out for 1.5 years now, and I'm feeling a little less traumatized by it, and want to see what input others might have. So 5 years ago, a friend and our kids were in a pretty tough spot, and decided to move to a property that had 2 houses on it, so that we could help each other out, and save a bit of money by sharing some utilities and expenses. I'll be honest, it was a very dingy property, in a terrible area. You could tell the property hadn't been cared for years. But we were determined to make it work by bringing our own positive vibes and a bit of TLC. From before we even moved into the property, things got weird. There was a certain spot in the lounge where you would see strange shadows when walking past from outside. Later, that spot would have cold spots. The dog would bark into the corner for no apparent reason. Mould grew on the walls randomly overnight, and no one ever felt comfortable sitting or hanging out there, no matter how things were laid out. The day we moved in, my son got stuck in the bathroom. We had to rip the whole handle off the door apart to get him out. There was no locking mechanism on the door, and we couldn't figure out how it happened. But the latch got jammed into the door frame, and there was no way to get it out without ripping the mechanism apart. Not long after, the same son also told me that the first night he heard the bedroom door open and an old lady looked in on him and his brother. They both saw it. They were awake because it was a new house, and it was strange to them. And they thought I was coming in to say goodnight. I remember that I was too tired to check on them that first night, and they swore it didn't look like me. We pretty much straight away accepted that there was some presence there, and tried our best to just live with it. Moving out wasn't really an option. And right up until the end, a big part of me I thought I was just being superstitious. Weird stuff was always happening. I constantly had things just disappear. Even while I was using them, I would never find them again. I thought maybe people were breaking in and taking things, because it happened so often. But there was always someone home, and the houses weren't very big, so we would have noticed. There were also much more valuable things, like small electronics that never went missing. At night, I would hear things shuffling around the house and kitchen cupboard doors opening and closing. When I went out to see if any of the kids were up, I'd find that everyone was fast asleep. I had to pass their rooms in the hall to get to the kitchen, so I would have seen them dashing off to bed because they heard me get up. Eventually, it got to the point where I heard things shuffling around my room all night, sort of like feet shuffling or animals crawling on carpet. I never really got used to it. I just felt it because I had to sleep for some time. And no, it wasn't vermin. I was very particular about my sleeping area, and there were no signs of any animals anywhere in the house. Once, I felt a tap on my shoulder while I was half asleep. I assumed I was dreaming, or one of the kids wanted me. I rolled over to look, and nothing. Then, I felt the tapping on my shoulder again, harder this time, and absolutely no one there to do it. I was so terrified, I closed my eyes tight and laid awake with my eyes closed until the sun came up, and it felt safe to open them. I would often hear my kids call out, "Mum," distinctly in their voice. And when I went to see what they wanted, they said it wasn't them. I often heard it when I was on the toilet, again and again, and would call out in frustration to wait a minute. I was certain they were joking with me at first and brushed it off, but I got more and more insistent that they tell me if they were calling for me and to stop it. But one of my sons got very upset and said they hadn't. He was angry that I didn't believe him, and a little scared because it was happening so often. Pictures would just fly off the wall. Not fall, fly across the room. We'd find them a metre or two away from where they'd fell down. And it didn't matter if it was a nail or any type of adhesive holding them. They'd all just keep falling down. Often, we'd be sitting in the room and see or hear them fall down. So now it wasn't my kids accidentally knocking them off. I eventually stopped bothering to put them up and just put them on shelves or kept them in a cupboard when they kept falling off the shelves as well. Once my housemate and I were cooking dinner and joking around in the kitchen, when the TV in the lounge turned on to horse races at full volume. We were the only ones home at the time. I didn't have any sports channels tuned, and only really used my TV for Netflix and gaming, so I have no idea how it even got to that channel. The volume was also way louder than we'd ever have it. I assumed the dog had sat on the remote, so we looked for the remote, looked everywhere. It wasn't until a while later that we found it in a remote sleeve on the side of the couch that I never used. It couldn't have been the dog. We joked about the unliving residents wanting to watch the races. Once, I had a terrifying sleep paralysis experience in the room where my shoulder was tapped. At first I thought I had woken up from a nice nap, and I could sense someone walking around the bed, but couldn't see them. That's when I realised that I couldn't move, and heard growling. Something was tapping on my legs and grabbing my toes, and whatever it was, it felt like it was sucking the energy out of me from my feet. I screamed for what felt like half an hour before my screams were loud enough for my housemate in the next room to hear and come in to wake me up. I was really shaken up after that. Things got really bad in the year that we left. One of the rooms was absolutely freezing all of the time, even with a heater on. You had frosted breath. And this was in a subtropical climate, where winters barely get cold enough for a jumper. One night, I woke up, and my bedroom was filled with light, and I saw people or things just pacing around my bed, quite quickly. I always slept in total darkness. This wasn't a dream or sleep paralysis. I saw this. I closed my eyes really tight and hoped it would be gone when I opened them. It was quite some time before I could open them again, but when I did, it was gone. I brought everyone obsidian protection stones to wear. One morning, the one that my housemate was wearing shattered as he put it on, for no apparent reason. He'd had it for a year by that point with no issues. We also found it really difficult to get out of the house. We decided to leave in December and couldn't actually get out until the following August. That's a whole story on its own, but we felt like the house just wouldn't let us go. There were several times over the years where we tried to go on holidays and something would happen to prevent it each and every time. We had 3 different cars break down on 3 different occasions, each time only days before going away. The last night we spent there, my housemate woke up with scratches on their back. They were all in a spot they couldn't reach, and as they were a chronic fingernail biter, they had no nails to scratch with anyway. Every scratch looked like it was from a set of 3 talons. No one else was in the room, not even the dog, and I checked the bed for anything that could have made the marks. This happened in a room that was ice cold. After that, we decided that none of us should spend the night in that house again. By this point, I had finally found a house, and we slept on mattresses on the floor in the new house till moving day. Everyone was too afraid to be at that house after dark. Even when we were cleaning and moving, we made sure we were long out of there before the sun started to go down. When I went back to move and clean, I would get a serious sense of panic as afternoon came on, and felt like I needed to get out of there as soon as possible. After we had moved out, my teenage sons were still a bit sceptical, or just generally treating it like a bit of a joke. One night, they decided to drive out to the old house without telling me. This was before we had returned the keys to the agent. They went in and immediately creeped themselves out so much they decided to leave. But it was only after shutting the door they realised they had left their keys inside. The house was empty and they were only there a few minutes. I don't even know why or where they would have put them down. Late at night, I had to drive out and bring the spare key. I couldn't bring myself to park on the property or even walk to the door. I asked one of my kids to run in and get the keys as quickly as he could. In the windows, I could feel 1,000 eyes just staring at me. It makes me shudder just thinking about it. It was after this that the kids all took it more seriously, because they felt it too, and they couldn't just make sense of the key situation or why they even wanted to go back there. They always hated that house. I see it as the house forcing us all to go back one last time. I still feel like if I'd gone in, I wouldn't have been able to get back out for some reason.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
Ever since I was young, I've seen a large black wolf with red eyes. The first encounter I had with it was when I was 12. I was walking home from school in the mid-afternoon and was mostly zoning out. I used to bring my portable CD player to and from school and listen to CDs on my hour-long trek back home, so I didn't notice him at first. I had to trek through a large suburban area in order to get to my house on the far side of it from the school. But as I'm walking, I start to feel uneasy. I begin to look around and spot this wolf who stood as tall as I did at the time. And the only reason this is so ingrained into me is because I remember looking eye to eye with him. I was coming up a hill, and about a block down on the corner of the road, he was just standing there, staring at me. My grandfather was a canine handler, so I have been raised with dogs my whole life. I immediately went into play it safe mode, like I would with a large unfamiliar dog, and averted my eyes because I didn't want it to think I was challenging it. My turn was thankfully on my left, and the wolf out on my right, so I steadied my pace, reminding myself not to run. Running triggers the hunting instinct, and while I was still trying to wrap my head around the absolutely massive size of this creature, I did my best to keep my eyes downwards. But at this point, I was turning up my cul-de-sac, trying to keep it in view. I keep the paws in my sight as I cut across the road up towards my house. That was when they disappeared. I looked back, knowing I shouldn't take my eyes off a stray animal, but he wasn't there. I kind of cursed myself mentally at the time. I think I was still in shock from the size that I hadn't processed that it was just a massive wolf in broad daylight. I remember chiding myself as I hurried into my house and closed and locked the door behind me. I lived in that house for a year afterwards and would frequently see him sitting in my backyard or in the field behind my 6-foot privacy fence, running in the unkept space, or staring directly up at my second-story window. Then I moved from Colorado to Texas. I thought that would be the end of it, but I continued to see it. I was afraid at first of it, but over time grew used to catching sight of it. Most interactions were just catching him watching me. I never felt threatened, but he was always around. I've had multiple encounters where I wasn't the only one to see him either. I've had exes and my current spouse, then best friends saw him, at 15 on their parents' almost 400 acres of property one night when we were having a sleepover. The next morning, we went out to roam the fields. We found a dead cow who had been torn apart, limbs scattered all over the pasture it was in. However, it wasn't supposed to even be there. There were no other cattle there. They were all over a mile away, behind 2 or 3 closed fences.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
In 2019, me and my wife went to camp in Sonadia. We faced something rather unusual. We decided to have a beach walk at night. The moon was bright, we were walking and enjoying the shorelines. At some time, my wife spotted a distant shadow hanging before us, so we felt curious and decided to get close to see what it was. As we were getting close to the shadow, we felt sick, both of us. Like we will be throwing up, and the gravity becomes 2 times stronger. So my wife got scared, telling me to call it off. The moment we backstepped, the shape turned into a silhouette of a dog-like or horse-like animal, but huge. Almost a dino-sized canine shape, and started progressing towards us. Both of us had a clear image, and the scary part is, the pressure of this presence made us feel sick instantly. For that, we started running, and it started following us. Both of us ran for how long, we have no idea. It was instinctively. We stopped when we reached our camp. Our team decided to move at the earliest of the dawn, and the locals pressured us not to share this with anybody. Both of us don't drink or smoke. If there's any explanation of what we saw, please share.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
Is this a crazy thought? When I was younger, pretty much my entire childhood, I used to have sleep paralysis. I remember not being able to move and a dark shadow would appear in my room. It would get closer and closer, and it felt very real. I suffered with depression my entire childhood. I didn't really know what happiness felt like. I thought everyone just sort of felt that way. At a certain point in my late teens, I recognised I had a problem and started taking medication, and it helped a little bit, but nothing too significant. I was still having sleep paralysis at this point in my life too. I don't know if there was any correlation between my depression and my sleep paralysis, but I remember vividly in my mid-20s, I hit a breaking point in my life where I just wasn't happy and I knew full-heartedly I needed a change. I remember telling myself I will fight for some sense of peace in my life. I took a huge leap of faith and worked on rebuilding myself over the span of a year or so. At this point, I was still having sleep paralysis, and I remember it wasn't scaring me as much anymore, to the point where I wasn't afraid of it. Suddenly one day, almost as if I snapped my fingers, I felt this overwhelming sense of joy in my life. I felt so happy, I couldn't believe that feeling was real. After that, I had sleep paralysis one more time, but this time, it wasn't like any other time I've ever experienced it. This time, I wasn't afraid of it. I had this incredible feeling of anger. I remember being angry with it as it was approaching me. I was no longer afraid and let it scare me. I remember yelling at it, "Do it already! If you're here to take me away, then do it! Stop wasting my time! I'm not afraid of you!" I remember wanting to jump up and physically fight it, and I couldn't. I thought it was death coming for it, but I wasn't afraid. This was my very last time I've ever experienced sleep paralysis in my life, and it was also the time I found peace. I'm not sure if I scared my depression away or if those two things are related, but I've never been happier. I hope I don't sound stupid or crazy as any of you read this. I just wanted to share my experience. I'm now 30 years old and I can't even explain how humbled I feel in my life. I took a huge leap of faith after losing my job. I sold everything I owned and started my life over with nothing. I recognised I wasn't happy and fought to find meaning. I now own my own business doing something I love. I have absolutely amazing friends and family I'm surrounding myself with. I have the dream car I always wanted as a kid, and I'm on the right track to build my first tiny home soon.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
In December of 2021, my girlfriend and our son moved into an apartment in Aberdeen, Washington. In no way is she a non-believer of the paranormal, but she does get spooked at the idea of sharing a roof with a spirit. In the year of living in this apartment, we hadn't heard any knocking movement and or seen any shadow figures. Sometime after I started visiting her, we quickly found signs that we weren't alone. She would hear knocks or what sounded like something wandering around her in her home. Around the third or fourth time of me coming over, we hopped into the shower after a long day of adventuring. After rinsing off and stepping out to dry off, I looked up into our son's room, and peering out at me was a tall shadow figure with long arms and glowing red eyes. Within a blink of an eye, it disappeared. Panicked, I leaned into the shower and told my girlfriend what happened. Shocked and stunned, she responded, "Shut up, no way, you're joking, right?" After drying off and getting dressed, I inspected our son's room but couldn't find any sign of the apparition. After both of us calmed down and went to bed, we woke up the next morning talking about what we encountered. Fast forward to a couple more weeks later, we started moving our son to his own bed and plugged in our baby monitor, then climbed into our bed and cuddled up in pure darkness. As we were slowly drifting to sleep, we could hear our son start to cry. We were laying there, letting him cry a bit. Then suddenly, hitting us like a truck, a deep demonic voice came through the monitor. "Wake up!" Chills went up our spines and raced into his room and scooped him up and ran back to our bed. We finally moved her out of the apartment and closer to town. My first adventure with my girlfriend in a ghost town. As a sweet surprise, my girlfriend took me out to the Franklin ghost town. It was an old coal mining town back in the 1880s. In 1894, 37 coal miners suffocated due to a fire that was intentionally started. It's around a 2.5-mile hike, but the path splits in two. At the split, there's an old black minecart. The first path we took was straight, past the cart and into the residential area, where old foundations are rizzled with vine everywhere, along with beautiful scenery. We continued further down the path and thought we were walking onto private property, so we quickly turned around, walking back to the split path. It felt different, almost as if we were being watched from the old foundations. When we made it back to the other path, we heard some of the conversions from the other hikers as they were passing by talking about the cemetery. Continuing on the path, we made it to a big hole covered in old rail tracks and welded rebar, which is the same tunnel that the miners suffocated in. I desperately wanted to visit the cemetery, so my girlfriend and I continued down this narrow path. One look on our left side, and we could slide down the steep slope. We got about halfway there to our destination when my girlfriend pointed out this massive minecart track that goes through the woods. After a little while of thinking, we finally made it to the cemetery. It was beautiful. Some headstones had fallen over on their own due to time and the elements. Others had ivy and moss grown over, and every headstone had a gift left out for them. Old coins and toys for the little ones. I remember reading a headstone of a little one who passed when they just turned 1. The hike was gorgeous, and the sights and smells were capturing and will forever be engraved in my head. It definitely gave me spooky vibes, but I might have to return with a spirit box.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
So I live in the rural Midwest United States. I'm in the middle of nowhere in thick woods. It's a 20-minute drive to the nearest town, and my family owns about a good couple miles of woods around my house. The property my house is on was originally hunting land. My dad bought and cut trees down in and built our house on. The earliest one I can remember is faint, because I was young, like at least 8 or 9 years old. But I was outside at night just hanging around our back door, which had a bright light above it that illuminated a good 30 feet. I'm playing, doing 9-year-old things, and I heard what sounded like someone go psst in my ear and touch my back, and I immediately sprinted inside. Stuff like this happens all the time here. Now time for the unbelievable story. So I'm home alone a lot because my stepfather works out of state during the summer, and my mom is a freelance photographer and also goes to work with him because she can't be away from him for more than 3 seconds. This happened when I was around 12 years old. I was home alone for about 2 weeks. Not much happened until around Wednesday, the second week. It was like 12 a.m. and I was in the kitchen with 2 large windows facing a corner of my house, a pool, a large pond and a tree line. Anyway, I was standing in the kitchen in front of this window, was where our microwave was at the time. I was making something to eat when I looked up and saw something what looked to be someone running on all 4s. All around the pool, dip behind the corner of my house, then circle around the pond and stand up on 2 legs, and just stand in the tree line before sprinting into the woods. Safe to say, I hunkered down in my room without sleeping that night, and spent the rest of the week at a family member's house.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
So I love paranormal stuff. I try to find haunted places and explore. Anyway, some nights I get really bored and I'll go for walks at midnight, or just at night. One night, I'm talking to some friend about the school near me. I looked up online if anything happened there, because I was looking for somewhere possibly haunted to investigate. Years ago, there were murders on Halloween and some people died. I thought this would be a perfect place, and I got ready. When I got to the school, nothing was happening, so I started mocking, saying if there's any ghosts there, you must be chicken, because you aren't even trying to scare me. I started walking in the middle of the field and noticed the school lights were flickering. I heard running far from me, so I looked and saw someone running at me full speed across the field. They ran behind a crate close to me, and I went over and nobody was there. Nobody could have run away. I was watching the crate the entire time. At that point, I knew something wasn't right with what I said, so I went home. A couple of weeks go by, and my friend is trying to convince me to go back with him. I eventually cave, and one night we go, and I start to record. In the recording, you can hear someone walking from far. You can barely hear it, but it gets louder as they got closer. They got close enough to where me and my friends started to hear it, and I had to tell them to be quiet so I could listen. It's dead quiet, and we both hear someone step on gravel, but nobody was even near. We looked everywhere that could make the noise, but nothing. When we started to agree to head home, we heard another step, but it was really close, and we both looked at each other and decided to go home. The footage I had was corrupted somehow, so I had no proof except my word. I plan on going back this weekend. I'm going to try to record.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
Spring break 2009, me and about 6 other people decided to spend the weekend in Florida. We were going to leave Friday after class. Friday rolls around, Finals were pretty difficult, so I hadn't slept much. Our destination was only 7 or 8 hours away, so no big deal. My last class ended around 6:30 p.m. For whatever reason, 3 of the people weren't ready to go, as in hadn't packed at all, and so we didn't set out until around 10. There's a stretch of I-95 just before getting to Florida that is still pretty dark and pretty forested. At this point, I'd been driving for about 2 or 2.5 hours and was awake for over 14. I'm tired. The road lines are blurring together, but the road is empty. I have a friend in the passenger seat and a big gulp full of Mountain Dew. I'm also young and hyped and think I can power through this. My friend riding with me is from a more urban area, and I told him that we might see a deer or two since they can come out on this road at night. A few minutes later, somewhere on this forested stretch of road, I see what I thought was a large black animal run right across the road in front of the car. Its body had 4 legs. Definitely wasn't a bear. It was more cat-like, I thought. I jolted awake and immediately asked my friend, "Did you see that?" He was a bit startled since I had jumped, but he just asked, "See what?" The black cat running across the road might have been a panther. He kind of shook his head and said he hadn't seen anything. I took a drink and said that we were going to have to switch places at the next stop. I was too tired and started to see things. I wasn't scared at the time. I knew I was running on fumes and just thought I was overtired. I had no idea this was an actual thing. But again, it was 12:30 or 1 a.m. I was falling asleep at the wheel, and sure enough, I saw a big black animal run across I-95, just beyond the glow of my lights.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
Throughout the early 1800s, railroad engineers were on a quest to find a way to connect the American city of Boston with the districts of New York. In 1851, after considerable pre-work, the massive undertaking commenced, but it required a variety of sub-projects and architectural features for successful facilitation. Key among these constructions was the requirement for a tunnel that stretched 5 miles directly underneath the Hoosac mountain chain, running parallel to the Deerfield River from the town of Florida to the city of North Adams. With only pickaxes and rudimentary black powder available, the pursuit was tough, and a notable number of lives were lost to both tunnel collapses and a lack of ventilation. Almost 14 years after the commencement of the project, after the advent of nitroglycerine, the workers were finally able to make real headway through the unrelenting barriers of rock and clay. But this new technology did not come without a price, and it was not long after it was adopted that the first fatal accident occurred. The origins. On the afternoon of the 20th of March 1866, a 3-man crew were experimenting with the new explosive at the head of the tunnel works. Ringo Kelly, a tunnel worker, accidentally detonated the explosive charge before his 2 colleagues, Ned Brinkman and Billy Nash, had made it back to the safety of their operations bunker. The 2 men were killed instantly, crushed to death by the falling rocks and debris. Following the tragic accident, Kelly became isolated and withdrawn. He was skittish and nervous around his colleagues, claiming to see inexplicable figures following him through the confines of the tunnel. Soon afterwards, he mysteriously disappeared, following which his lifeless body was found, at the exact location where Brinkman and Nash had succumbed to the weight of the avalanche of rocks. Although the local sheriff concluded that he had been strangled by one of his colleagues, in revenge for his 2 deaths, no one was officially questioned about the murder. Eventually, the rest of the workers also began encountering shadowy figures, moving just beyond the reach of their lantern lights. Sometimes these inexplicable figures allegedly groaned in pain, whilst on others they deafeningly shrieked in terror. Word soon spread that the ghosts of the 2 men now inhabited the tunnel, and it caused a large number of miners to leave the site for good. With the massive walkout notably affecting the progression of the project, managers began to seek assistance from local clergymen and scholars in an effort to stop the ghost stories. In 1868, the management asked Paul Travers, a qualified mechanical engineer and a respected cavalry officer, to come and inspect the site, hoping that the rumours could be finally dispelled. Rather than agreeing with the construction company's theory that the noises were caused by the wind blowing through the tunnel network, the engineer instead sided with the ghostly claims of the workers. He claimed that during his visit, he had been bombarded with the chilling sounds of the dead and the dying, terrifying repercussions he had not experienced since the Battle of Shiloh. A tragic explosion. A month after Travis's tunnel inspection had taken place, there was a humongous explosion in the pumping station of the tunnel, following an unexpected buildup of naphtha gas. The 13 subcontractors who had been labouring in the tunnel at the time were all caught in the blast. Most of them instantly succumbed to the huge sections of the burning wreckage, but as it would transpire, they would turn out to be the lucky ones. The few survivors quickly understood that there was no way back up, and found themselves being pushed deeper and deeper into the depths of the tunnel network by an unending wave of muddy water. Those that did not drown survived a little longer by clinging onto a makeshift floater, but with the tunnel's air pumps destroyed in the explosion, they eventually suffocated. Mallory, a tunnel worker, volunteered to be lowered down into the shaft's bottom through a bucket, hoping to retrieve at least some of his fallen colleagues. When he was pulled back up several minutes later, he was barely conscious. Still falling short of breath, he told his managers there were no survivors to be seen, and all the bodies were gone. It took several months to drain the site, and during that period, at least some of the bloated corpses had found their way out of the flooded tunnel and into the surrounding waterways. The emergence of shadowy figures. Local residents began contacting the police, claiming that mysterious shadowy figures guided them to the remains of the victims, allegedly disappearing when each body was found. One worker claimed to see a group of men with pickaxes on their shoulders walk towards a nearby water-filled pit. As the men had not replied to his calls, the worker had followed them for a short distance before they suddenly vanished near a slushy pit, leaving behind no traces in the wet mud beneath them. The worker observed a dark shape floating in the middle of the pit, following which deafening screams of torment broke the silence around him. As the high-pitched cries continued, the man covered his ears and brought his lantern close to the object in the water. The dim light revealed the bloody remains of a young labourer, one of the victims of the tunnel explosion. Strangely, the screaming stopped instantly after the worker realised what the object in the pit was. When all 13 bodies of the dead workers were recovered and given a proper burial, reports of shadowy figures disappeared along with them. However, sounds of disembodied voices in the dark depths of the facility continued, thus prompting the administration to take further steps to rationalise the happenings. Inexplicable transforming orbs of light. On the evening of the 25th of June 1874, Superintendent James R. McKinstry, the drilling operations manager, arrived at the tunnel, and he had enlisted the services of Dr. Clifford J. Owens, a university lecturer. After James unlocked the gates to the building works, the two men descended into the bowels of the tunnel. Before they had travelled too long, a terrifying commotion that floated from the dark depths halted them. It sounded like a human being in great pain, and it emanated from a dim light that steadily made its way towards the two men. When the light drew near, Owens could see that it was unnaturally blue in colour, unlike anything he had ever witnessed before. As it neared them, it suddenly seemed to change in shape, transforming into a humanoid figure with an empty space instead of a head. The two men found themselves holding their breath in fear as the shape came to a halt right in front of them. It was hovering a few feet above the ground and seemed to be silently looking at them. For a few moments, the men were surrounded by an eerie silence, before the inexplicable figure gave out a high-pitched shriek to break it. Soon afterwards, the figure retreated back into the dark depths. Frank Webster's encounter. 3 months after Dr. Owen's experience, a local hunter named Frank Webster disappeared in the woods near the construction site. 3 days later, he was found in a disorientated state on the banks of the Deerfield River. When questioned, he claimed that he had been hunting deer in the forest when he heard someone calling to him. The voices led him through the trees and into a nearby fissure in the mountain rock. In the poorly lit cave, he had seen shadowy figures working on the rock around him. Strangely, not even their axes hitting the rock made a sound, and the cave remained completely silent. Furthermore, the figures did not respond to Frank's calls. Soon afterwards, an invisible force snatched his hunting rifle from this hold, and it had repeatedly beaten him with it until he blacked out. To accredit his claims, Frank did not have his rifle with him when he was rescued, and he was covered in bruises and abrasions, suggesting a violent assault. The disappearance of Harlan Mulvaney. The first train successfully passed through the Hoosac Tunnel on the 9th of February 1875. The project had taken over 25 years to complete, costing millions of dollars and well over 100 lives. The opening of the railway line reduced the number of reports of disembodied voices emanating from the walls of the inside of the tunnel, but reports of unearthly orbs of light emerging from the depths of the tunnel still persisted in magnitude. To further worsen the phenomena, other unsettling happenings commenced. In the middle months of 1875, Harlan Mulvaney, an employee of the Boston and Maine Railway Company, was delivering a load of timber to the tunnel in order to replace the damaged wooden supports. Members of the maintenance team had been waiting for him at the entrance and had allegedly waved at him as he passed. As they lit their lanterns and gathered their tools to follow him, Harlan's wagon recklessly bolted past them back out of the tunnel. As the horses pulling it kicked wildly as they ran, Harlan stood upright in his seat, with his face depicting an extreme sense of terror. A few days later, a local hunter located the wagon, and the horses standing unattended in a forest clearing 3 miles away from the tunnel entrance. The limber lay undisturbed, and Harlan's coat and pipe sat on a seat, but there was no sign of Harlan himself. Sadly, Harlan Mulvaney was never seen again. The disappearance of Bernard Hastaber. During the 1970s, stories of the haunting of the Hoosac Tunnel were published in a national newspaper, thus generating a renewed wave of public interest. Paranormal investigators and researchers gathered at the site in large numbers, hoping to collect some form of evidence to prove the existence of the paranormal phenomena. One such individual was a man named Bernard Hastaber, who announced in 1973 that he would walk the full length of the tunnel to disprove the alleged paranormal happenings in the tunnel. With a group of onlookers watching him, Bernard entered the tunnel through the North Adams end, only to be never seen again. The following day, a rescue team retraced his tracks, hoping to find Bernard alive. However, they found no evidence suggesting that he had made his way into the tunnel. It seemingly appeared as if he had vanished into thin air. Accounts of paranormal investigators. In 1976, an investigator claimed to have seen the spectre of an old man. Dressed in a miner's uniform, the man was apparently backlit by a bright white light. When the investigator confronted the ghostly figure, it had walked directly into a rock face before disappearing. Another investigator named Ali Allmaker claimed to have encountered a paranormal presence while venturing into the tunnel. A shadowy figure had allegedly appeared right next to her before mysteriously disappearing moments later. Furthermore, she claimed to have recorded the muffled sounds of groaning and crying on a tape recorder, but they were never officially verified. Apparently benevolent apparitions. Joseph Impico, a railroad employee, claimed that his life was saved by the tunnel ghosts on 2 distinct occasions. One evening, Joseph had been removing ice from the rail lines on a blind curve near the tunnel's north entrance, when a male voice suddenly whispered, "Run, Joe, run," in his ears. He apparently stopped what he was doing and looked around, but he found no one. Moments later, feeling a violent push on his chest, Joseph fell backwards away from the tracks. Quickly afterwards, a train had come steaming around the corner at an unexpectedly high speed. Without the warning and the subsequent push, Joseph claimed that he could have been killed by the oncoming locomotive. 6 weeks later, Joseph experienced something similar. This time, he had been trying to free up the frozen wheels of freight cars when the same voice had whispered, "Joe, drop it, Joe," in his ears. Instinctively, Joseph had let go of the metal crowbar he was holding, following which it was immediately thrown against the walls of the tunnel by over 11,000 volts of electricity. A power line had short-circuited and fallen onto the tracks nearby, and the benevolent apparition had saved Joseph's life once again. Conclusion. The sheer number of human lives the tunnel had used for its foundations had earned it a frightening nickname, the Bloody Pit. Despite its haunting nature, were its workers really attacked and terrorised by the souls of their dead co-workers? Is there a possible rational explanation? The claustrophobic darkness of the underground tunnel and the notable lack of oxygen could have played tricks in the minds of those labouring in the tunnel. The terrifying environment could have caused them to misinterpret something benign as far more sinister. However, the unsolved deaths and disappearances that occurred at the site do raise questions with no conclusive answer. Perhaps the souls of the dead miners are still trying to find a way to exit the earthly realm.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
Throughout the 19th century, the 50 Berkeley Square house had claimed the life of at least 4 of its inhabitants, along with a number of other lives that had not been officially verified. Stories of terrifying apparitions, occult rituals, and demonic entities surrounding the house had populated the pages of London's newspapers for a good deal of time, thus dubbing it the most haunted house in London. History. The property by itself was nothing but ordinary until the tragic death of Adeline, a resident of the property, in 1789. The young lady was found dead on the pavement outside the house. It appeared as if she had fallen from the second-floor bedroom window during her attempts to escape the abuses of her tyrannical uncle. Soon afterwards, the local police began receiving reports of a female figure that desperately held onto the same window ledge before screaming and magically disappearing. Succeeding residents reported seeing the silhouette of a female figure walking in the corridors of the house. Also, they reported encountering the ghost of a young girl who had apparently been murdered by her nanny. Furthermore, furniture reportedly moved on its own, and a strange stench allegedly infected the air within the house. George Canning, a former Prime Minister, purchased the house in 1800. And during his stay on the property, he frequently heard loud bangs and inexplicable sounds. Following his death in 1827, the house was rented out by Elizabeth Curzon. Soon afterwards, bizarre rumours about Thomas Myers, one of her lodgers, spread across the country. The dysfunctional son of a Tory MP, Thomas, had moved into the property with his fiancée, who would go on to jilt him at the altar. Following the traumatising event, Thomas became reclusive. He took to sleeping in the daytime and was only glimpsed moving around by candlelight during the hours of darkness. He was often heard making eerily strange noises, and rumours about him using the cellar to dabble in the occult in order to win back his ex-fiancée began spreading. The cellar features as a backdrop in the story of another lodger named Dupré. It is believed that his mentally unstable brother was imprisoned in the cellar of the house instead of being institutionalised. He was apparently being fed through a small hole in the cellar door until his death. As disturbing as these ghostly tales are, they're insignificant compared to the property's most horrifying uninvited guest, an inexplicable entity that was fondly called the Nameless Thing of Berkeley Square. Robert Warboys' encounter. The first incident accredited to the terrifying entity occurred in the year 1840. Robert Warboys, a 20-year student, was drinking at a tavern in the neighbouring town of Holborn before discussions about the 50 Berkeley Square house commenced. Intrigued by the tales of the infamously haunted house, drunk Robert subsequently arrived at the doorstep of the house, demanding to spend the night inside. Through persistence and money, he was able to overcome the landlord's denials. However, he was only permitted to sleep in the second-floor bedroom under 2 strict conditions. Firstly, he was supposed to remain armed during the entirety of his stay with a pistol that was entrusted to him. Secondly, he was supposed to pull a cord hanging beside the bed if he witnessed anything unusual. This would, in turn, facilitate assistance. Accepting the terms, he headed into the upper floor of the house and settled in for the night. Just an hour later, the quietness of the house was disturbed by the distraught ringing of the bell, which was soon followed by the loud sound of a gunshot. The landlord immediately sprinted up the stairs, where he found Robert in an unintelligible state. He was backed into a corner, with the empty pistol still raised in his self-defence. Apart from a hole made in a nearby wall by the fired pistol, the landlord couldn't find anything else inside the room. Despite repeated efforts, Robert was not able to explain what he had witnessed inside the house, and he fled the house soon afterwards. Lord George Littleton encounter. In the year 1872, 30 years after Robert Warboys' encounter, Lord George Littleton decided to spend a night in the house, and he brought his own gun with him as a precaution. A former MP, a member of the Privy Council, and an accomplished writer with an obsession for the paranormal, he had confessed his desire to explain the odd happenings in the 50 Berkeley Square house. Littleton was allowed to stay in the same room that Robert had occupied many years before, and with his hunting rifle by his side, he settled in for the night. The outlandish character was soon woken up from his slumber by a strange noise, and he quickly reached for his weapon. Exiting the bed, he searched for the source of the sound, eventually tracing it to a dark corner beside the bedroom window. Then the sound suddenly stopped before a disgusting mass of tentacles jumped to him from the darkened zone. Making a strange sound, the creature rushed towards him, causing him to fire his gun. Blinded by the flash from the rifle's barrel, he immediately retreated and reloaded. However, this proved to be of no use, as the creature had already disappeared, leaving behind a slimy residue. The first fatal encounter. 6 years later, the house was purchased by a new owner, a woman with 2 teenage daughters. The family employed a local girl as their maid, and they eventually agreed to allow her fiancé, a naval captain named Kentfield, to move in with her. Soon afterwards, the excited maid headed to the second-floor bedroom to prepare it for her and her future husband. Unbeknownst to the poor girl, she was heading towards her untimely death. A few moments later, the house was filled with the distraught screams of the maid. When the inhabitants rushed upstairs, they found her in an incomprehensible state. Her eyes were fixed on one corner of the house, and she kept saying, "Don't let it touch me," repeatedly. With the family not able to calm her down, she was admitted to a local sanatorium. Determined to know the cause behind his fiancée's trauma, Kentfield resolved to spend that night in the same bedroom with his pistol for protection. As the anguished residents desperately tried to fall asleep, they heard a shout of terror from the second-floor bedroom, which was followed by the sound of a single gunshot. When they hastily sprinted to the bedroom, they found Kentfield lying dead in a puddle of his own blood. Coincidentally, the maid had also met her demise that same night. Tragic demise of a wandering sailor. A few years later, in December of 1887, HMS Penelope arrived in Portsmouth for refitting. The crew were given leave, and a majority of the sailors headed towards London for the festive season. Among those sailors were Robert Martin and Edward Blunden, 2 enlisted men who couldn't find themselves a place to stay that night. Their pursuit for shelter took them to the 50 Berkeley Square house, which was now abandoned and vacant. Having broken in, the 2 sailors decided to spend the night on the second floor, as the lower levels were in an inhabitable condition. They settled down, and assisted by the alcohol in their system, they soon fell asleep. At some point in the night, Edward suddenly woke due to an alleged commotion in the room. When he opened his eyes, he saw a shapeless form making its way across the floor towards Martin. The creature made a strange squelching noise, and it left behind a trail of slime behind it. The eyes of the petrified sailor helplessly darted from side to side, searching for a makeshift weapon. He finally spotted a steel poker on the floor, but it was lying just beyond his reach. He jumped towards the rusty tool in a heartbeat and frantically waved it, with hopes of scaring the uninvited guest. The creature, however, dodged the waving poker and lunged for Edward's face. The terror-driven screams of Edward woke Martin from his sleep. In the ambience from the outside streetlights, he saw a terrifying mass of tentacles tighten around his crewmate's throat. The sailor abandoned his struggling friend and fled the building in terror. Rather sooner than later, he encountered a patrolling police constable a few streets away. When the two men returned to the abandoned house, they found Edward's lifeless body lying outside the front door. Martin was arrested and interviewed by police, but he was ultimately released without any charges. Theories. The paranormal activity in the house slowly reduced after this incident, and eventually it was sold to the British Petroleum Company and then to an antique book dealership. While the current owners have confirmed that strange bangs and odd noises could still be heard, there have been no visual sightings of ghosts or cryptids. So, what was the malevolent force that stalked this seemingly ordinary townhouse for a century? Although there's no conclusive answer, several theories have surfaced over time. A skeptical point of view. The logical reasoning provided by skeptics was that there was barely anything supernatural taking place at the house. The paranormal elements could have been included in the recounting of the incidents as a cover-up. Robert Warboys, the drunken young man, could have added paranormal elements to his narration in order to avoid losing an alleged bet. Lord George Littleton could have possibly pulled off a publicity stunt in order to sell more of his books. The sailors could have apparently got into a fight that ended badly. To cover the mishap, the surviving sailor could have added supernatural elements to the story. Furthermore, skeptics suggested that many of the events were fabricated, to begin with. With the house becoming a frightening ruin over time, the creepiness it emitted could have caused the concoction of horrifying stories. Even if not an intentional falsehood, the established stories surrounding the house could have had a surely negative effect on those who inhabited it. This could have caused them to search for a paranormal explanation for a perfectly normal occurrence. However, the descriptions of the nocturnal attacker detailed in the accounts of the survivors are remarkably similar, despite their encounters occurring many years apart. This factor cannot be logically reasoned, thus making this theory inconclusive. Also, the fact that people from different levels of the social hierarchy were involved in the incidents questions the possibility of collusion or deceit. A demonic portal. One idea put forward by the media was that the terrible activities performed by Thomas Myers and Dupree could have opened a portal in the cellar of the house that allowed demonic entities to enter our world. Although a far stretch, the idea became highly publicised. An unknown cryptid. Another theory put forth by the reporters and investigators of that time offered the possibility of the involvement of an unknown cryptid or an undiscovered variety of cephalopods. The creature could have arrived in the city through one of the many boats travelling on the River Thames. It could have been performed after exposure to chemicals in its new surroundings, or it could have been naturally grotesque in appearance. The creature might have eventually reached the house through the sewage systems before making it its home. Seeing the residents of the house as a threat, it could have aggressively protected its territory. Conclusion. The incidents at the house were so unnerving that the local police placed a sign within the household forbidding anybody from the owners from accessing the top 2 floors. Given that the only credible evidence available is the testimony of those involved, it's hard to conclusively theorise what could have happened. Whatever the possibility, there's no denying the fact that the walls of the house had seen great anguish, pain, and suffering.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
This happened about 13 or 14 years ago in my home country, Dominican Republic. I'm 30 now, so it was a while ago, but I've never been able to get it out of my head. It was spring break, and a group of friends and I went up to one of my friend's dad's house in the mountains. This is a town called Costanza, and it's the highest settlement in the country, sitting at 1,200 metres. The house is a bit higher up, as it's located roughly 45 minutes from town, going straight up a mountain. It's the highest house in the area. There was around 5 or 6 of us, and we'd been hanging out for a few days up there, just having fun, barbecuing, playing pool, and having a few beers. On the third or fourth day, we were all tired since we spent the day walking and horse riding. At around 10 p.m, everyone was out cold except for my friend and I. We'd been pals for a while and had been there before a handful of times. We always used to stay up late and hang around on the terrace and deck, talking about random stuff. We had already been out there for a while on these reclining patio chairs, and we were looking at the sky and literally counting shooting stars. They're so common up there, it became a sort of game for us. Suddenly, a huge white circular light appeared in the sky. I really don't know how to describe the size, but I want to say it looked like 15 or 20 times the size of a regular star or a faraway airplane light. It didn't appear to be close. In fact, it looked like it was very far away. The light just sat there, completely still. We asked each other if we were seeing the same thing, but didn't talk much after. It felt entrancing, and we both fell silent, looking at it for about a minute. Out of nowhere, this light just starts bouncing around the sky at an incredible speed, over a huge distance in the sky. The best way I can describe it is it moved like the ball in Pong inside what looked like a defined area, like a square or rectangle. This bouncing around went on for 30 seconds or so, and then it just disappeared. No trace of the light whatsoever. Nothing. Now here's the weirdest part. We immediately felt sleepy. We were actually dozing off in a matter of seconds. I don't remember who said we should go to sleep, or if any of us actually said it, but we stood up and went to our rooms. That night, I had the most vivid and realistic dream I've ever had, and that's what keeps me awake at night. I remember being on a spaceship moving on top of a river. I never felt scared or in danger. I never saw anyone or anything else. But I felt a presence there with me. I was standing in the front part of the ship, in front of a huge window, just looking out. We were moving slowly on top of this river, floating or flying. And it looked like the river was coming to an end, like a waterfall. When we reached the end, we kept flying, and I could see this amazing view. Just tons of waterfalls, and each had structures built on the rivers. It looked like a futuristic city built on these rivers and the surrounding lands. It was truly amazing. I didn't see much else, but one of the most bizarre things is that I heard or felt numbers. It was a long sequence, which I think were coordinates or something similar that they were trying to tell me. I woke up and I still remembered those numbers, similar to when you wake up and remember a dream very vividly, but forget almost instantly. I stood up dazed and confused and went looking for something to write, but I forgot them before I could do anything. A lot of years have gone by, and I'm still convinced these beings were trying to tell me where they are. I'm not sure where they need to tell us where they are, or why they chose me, but I really believe it. I've never had any other paranormal, ghost or abductions or otherworldly experiences, so this one has really stuck with me over the years. I just wanted to share my experience, and hopefully find others who have had similar ones.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
This year I've experienced two events that I initially thought were sleep paralysis or night terrors, but now suspect they may have been shadowing people after doing some research. Both times my name was spoken beforehand. My boyfriend recently had a similar unsettling experience as well. How can you tell the difference? The first time I encountered them was in a hotel room on a work trip. While sleeping, I was woken to the audible sound of someone whispering my name directly in my ear. I opened my eyes and saw a black shadow figure standing near the end of the bed by the wall. Next to him was a white shadow figure who gave me the impression of being a woman. I tried to say, "Who are you?" but I couldn't speak or move my body. The figure started walking as if to approach me, but I got the sense that the white shadow was trying to block the black shadow. I suddenly regained my voice and yelled, "Who are you?" in an effort to appear strong and scare them away. The figures dissipated. I played it off as a bad dream mixed with mistaking the figures for reflections of objects in the mirror they stood by. I was really shaken and genuinely afraid, and it took me a while to fall back asleep. The second encounter was last week. I was having nightmares all night, but then was again woken to the distinct audible sound of someone whispering my name in my ear. I opened my eyes and saw a child-sized black shadow figure right next to my bed staring at me. He seemed to have a faint white outline to his silhouette. Again, I was frightened by this and pulled the covers over my head like a little kid. He was gone when I looked again. Am I having night terrors? Or is there something more to this? My boyfriend once saw a shadow figure at the end of his bed when he was a child. Then a few months ago, he woke me up in the middle of the night yelling at something and leaning over me looking at the wall. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he was dreaming that a group of freaky shadow figures were crawling on the wall towards me, and he was trying to protect me by covering me. The dream ended as soon as he yelled at them. I understand people believe these shadow figures feed off negative emotions. This has been a rough year for me, to say the least, so I'm trying to determine if these are just stress-induced nightmares, or entities feeding off my energy.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
I believe I met my boyfriend twice a few years ago. When I was 19, I still lived with my parents. My best friend and my boyfriend lived in the same town an hour away, but in different areas. My best friend invited me over to spend the night, so I did. I always slept on the couch in the living room in a little apartment. My best friend always made sure to lock the doors and windows because her neighbourhood wasn't the most safe. I would usually double check too because I slept by the front door. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to use the bathroom. I got up, went about my business, and when I came out, my boyfriend was standing in the living room. He was working the night shift at the time and would usually take his break at 2 a.m. But I was shocked at how he even got into the apartment because I knew the door was locked. He brought me a vape because I asked him earlier that day. We talked for a bit, and he seemed a bit off. It was like he was looking through me. I ended up laying back down because he said he had to go back to work. He leaned down and kissed me, but right before leaving he turned to me and said, "Tell her to get some more locks. It was way too easy to break into here." Then he left. I woke up in the morning and told my friend what had happened. And yes, the door was unlocked because I forgot to lock it again. Later that day, when my boyfriend woke me up, he came over. I thanked him for bringing me the vape again, and he looked so confused. He told me he had never left work that night, and still to this day, 3 years later, denies that he ever left work, and I believe him. So my friend went and bought a new lock for the door. Turns out, about 2 weeks after this all happened, some of the apartments were robbed. Butchers weren't. Maybe it's because the double warned her to get another lock. This still creeps me out so badly to this day. How did the double know to bring me a vape? Did it know that the apartments would get robbed? And was it trying to warn my friend? I thought doubles were supposed to be evil. Why was this one good?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
I'd like to ask for help after a very recent possible encounter, with possible explanations as to what I've encountered, or what I should do after this. A short background. I'm a work-at-home technical specialist. I work nights for 12 hours and sleep in the morning. Today's my day off, and I usually spend my time gaming or just napping my days away until the next shift. So basically, I can say I'm always tired, mostly mentally and emotionally, as it's mostly just working on a computer. I always have this certain amount of belief in the paranormal. Like, I believe that ghosts or anything remotely spiritual are true, but I've never encountered anything as of the date, and I would like to verify if what I saw was true. I wrote the short background before this to give the benefit of the doubt that I may have been really tired today and I've been seeing things. But then again, I'm keeping an open mind, and nevertheless, my whole world was shaken, as I've never seen anything like this before. So after hours of gaming, I went to my room to take a nap. Note that my parents and sister are outside the room watching Netflix. I dozed off after a few minutes, my mind wandering on the lines of what I should do for tomorrow, for my oncoming shift, and some random stuff like my lost love, etc. I think I dozed off for a few hours, and then suddenly, when I opened my eyes, it was there. It was a tall figure, like a man but made out of smoke. I can vaguely remember the eyes, but they were just white eye holes in its face. I'm pretty sure it noticed that I saw it, as it seemed surprised. What I felt was pure fear, a fight or flight response, as I felt an intent that it was going to hurt me. The apparition suddenly raised both of its arms, and it looked like it was preparing some sort of an attack. I believe that after years of martial arts experience, my first reaction was to quickly rise from my bed and dash towards it screaming. Note again that if I didn't do it thinking, my fear urged me to lunge towards its torso, and I bumped against the door. My family heard both screaming and the large bang as I hurriedly opened the door and dived towards my family. I was crying and shaking for real and was screaming for them while I hugged my sister tight. My family is Catholic, and after I told them that I saw a ghost, they went and grabbed holy water and sprayed it towards my room to make it go away. After a few hours of recuperating, I explained it to my family, and we couldn't explain what that thing was that I saw, and maybe tried to hurt me.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
It started about 6 months ago. I remember waking up from a deep sleep to see what looked like the shadowy image of a cat crawling up my leg towards my face. Not thinking anything of it, I absent-mindedly moved my hand to shoo it away, thinking it might have been my current pet. As soon as my hand made contact with it, all I remember is this immense electrical pain running through my whole body. I couldn't think, move, or even breathe. Eventually, the pain stopped, and I fell asleep once more. At first, I thought maybe I had my first sleep paralysis experience, and for about 3 months after that, nothing else happened. Until I started seeing it again. It began to become so frequent that I avoided my room entirely, much to my wife's annoyance. Eventually, she decided to do some cleaning and remove some items from our room. Among them was a very special item to me, which may have been the cause of all this. I'll explain below. I had to move out of the state to get married, and in that time, my Russian blue cat Sadie had to be put down because of a cancer that got very aggressive. Because I couldn't be there, my parents imprinted her paws into a clay disc and sent it to me. I've held on to it ever since. Soon, I started seeing the creature in the storage room that my wife had moved the disc into. I thought it was a weird occurrence, so I decided to move it into another room, and sure enough, the creature started appearing there too. Now, I'm not sure if this is the spirit of my past friend, but to come back 7 years later is weird. What do you guys think? Could it be her? Could it be a spirit pretending to be her?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
This was back in 2015 or 16. I lived with my parents in an apartment. Our front door faced another set of apartment buildings with a small pond in between. It was a weekday. I was leaving for school early one morning for an extracurricular class I had before classes. I left the apartment. It was still mostly dark outside. I had gotten all the way downstairs into my car when I realised I left something behind inside. I locked my car back up and started up the stairs. I made it to the second set of stairs and was facing the pond and neighbouring apartments when I saw a figure on someone's back porch. It was hard to make out details, but I saw the outline of a person in a suit standing motionless on one of the porches. I couldn't make out a face or even flesh, just a black suit on a body. I kept staring and didn't see it move. It was maybe a month or so after Halloween, so as I jogged up the rest of the stairs, my brain told me it was someone's Halloween decoration. I made it up to the 3rd floor where I lived and entered. Grabbing whatever I needed, I rushed in and quickly backed out, locking the door behind me. Again at this point, I'm facing the apartment building next door. What I see then is the same figure still standing without moving, but there was something new. Another one. Same suit on a body, but sitting in a chair on a completely different porch. Same as the first one, I couldn't make out any facial details. I don't think I looked for long. I rushed down the stairs into my car. I gave myself a minute to think, which caused me to panic. Why would 2 neighbours have a Halloween decoration still out that I had never noticed before well after the holiday. If they were real people, why didn't I see them move? And why were two men in suits on back porches before the sun was up? I didn't know what Men in Black were at this point, so when I found out, it made me feel sick. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before or since.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
I was in the Virginia, Maryland area and had a lot of work-related sites ranging from downtown Baltimore to Virginia Beach and all around. Friday wrapped up and I hit the road to some social arrangements I had made for the weekend. Spent the weekend with friends out in various parts of Virginia, got dragged off to other places even further out. The usual weekend fun times. It's late Saturday night when I have to leave, or I'm going to be late to get home in time to start my Monday. I'm fully rested. I didn't do any drinking. I'm not into drugs. On the highway at about 3 a.m, in the middle of bumfuck nowhere between Roanoke and DC, absolutely nobody was around. I'm cruising along in the left lane simply because nobody else is around. No headlights for the past hour, no tail lights either. No road lamps either. It's dark, mildly damp and foggy. I have the music up, I'm feeling good, and all is fine. And then I just happen to look to the left and there's a fucking dog barking at me. A German Shepherd in a car passenger seat, somewhat blue glow from the instruments inside the car. And it's got its face to its window and it's barking its head off at me. I get a good hard look at it too, because at first my brain is not registering cop car dummy. I'm doing 90 plus in a 75. I promptly have the oh shit moment when the dog, the instruments, the white crown Vic light bar all click in my brain after a second hard look. I put my foot on the brakes and started slowing down hard but safely to pull over. I even put my blinker on to start shifting lanes over to the right to pull over because, wait, there is no shoulder on the left side of this road. I look back to my left and it's just gone. No trace. I slammed my brakes and stopped in the middle of the fucking highway, flipped on all my light bars and even looked around with my handheld spot. There was nothing. No tail lights, no headlights, no engine sounds, nothing. There were no other tyre marks in the damp but mine, and I can see for a nice long distance both ways too. Nothing. My vehicle had great visibility with a lot of extra lighting. There's no possible way somebody pulled a sneaky, let alone drove that fast on wet sloped grass and rocks on my left side.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
This happened around 2021. I can't remember the month, but I'd say mid to late 2021. My partner and I live in Australia. At the time, we were renting my partner's grandparents' home from them, as they were both put into elderly homes, because they were unable to care for themselves. My partner was working as an enrolled nurse at the time, and usually got back around 7 p.m. every night. I, however, did night shifts at a fuel station, but had the night off. Now here was the structure of the lounge room layout. The room was rectangle, and the north side was all windows, which looked out at the front patio area, which you would have to walk up the driveway and directly past the front window to reach the front door. Once you walked in the front door, you would then turn right to enter the lounge, where I currently was. So basically, you couldn't be seen coming up to the front door if someone was in the lounge room, as the sofas were along the south side of the room, facing the windows. I was watching Dragon Ball Super in the lounge room at around 6:15 p.m. I had the lights off and could see out the front through the gap in the curtains. It was still kind of light outside at that time. That's when I heard the distinct sound of my partner's feet walking up the gravel driveway, opening the gate and beginning to walk past the front window. I remember thinking, wow, she must have got off early tonight. Anyways, I saw her walk past the front window through the gap in the curtain. But after about 1 minute of no noise, I began to wonder why she wasn't coming in the front door. It was as if she was standing at the front door doing nothing. So I got up and wandered up to the curtain to peek out at the door to see what she was doing. And to my surprise, she wasn't there. As I was pondering what just happened, I heard footsteps walking down the driveway, and to my bewilderment, it was her. I said to her when she came in, "Did you forget something in your car?" She replied, "No, I got off early tonight. Why?" I didn't say anything. There's more to this, but this was the first thing to happen, and the creepiest. About 5 years ago, I was asleep in bed with my then boyfriend. It was summer and hot as ever, so I was sleeping naked with no blankets. At about 1 a.m, I woke up to the distinct feeling of someone smacking my butt. Hard. Not only did the feeling of it wake me up, but the loud smack sounded too. I was absolutely distraught. I've had many paranormal experiences, but nothing ever physical, and was completely caught off guard and terrified. My boyfriend searched around the room for some logical explanation, while I sobbed and tried to explain what happened, but he couldn't find anything to explain it. He had also been woken up by the loud smack. Once I calmed down enough, we went back to sleep with the lights on. Shortly after falling asleep, I woke up lying on my side in full sleep paralysis episode. I couldn't move or speak and could hear a man's voice laughing behind me. This went on for a bit as I tried to scream or move, and finally was able to roll over and saw nothing. I didn't go back to sleep that night. The next day, I called my grandmother, who was a medium, and asked her if she could sense anything in my home. I told her nothing about my experience from the night before. She told me there was a man in my house who would sit in the living room and wait for me to come home. She said he was mostly harmless, but enjoyed seeing me scared and would get a good laugh out of frightening me. A couple of days later, I worked up the courage to yell into my empty house that he wasn't welcome and had to leave, and wasn't all there to scare me anymore. I had no more experiences with him after that.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.
I'm hunting for information on a cryptid I'm not even sure has been marked down yet. There have been multiple sightings in my small town of Merrill, Michigan, something of which doesn't match a single cryptid I've read about yet, and I've read a lot. I personally haven't seen it, so I'm sorry for breaking that rule, but I have 3 witnesses that I would put my life on, and I really want to know about this thing. The first witness is my uncle, and he's the main reason I'm on this hunt. When he was young, he used to take night walks in the neighbours' woods. Right before sunrise, as long as it was dark enough so no neighbours could see him, he would take a very dim flashlight with him on purpose, and if he thought anyone saw him or was following him, he'd put his hand over it and hide in the wood's darkness. He claims the main things that scared him were the raccoons and opossums. He never had problems with people on his walks, but he still knew the risk of trespassing. Though his story isn't very exciting, he got the best view on the creature out of all 3 witnesses, claiming that it only stood a few feet tall, had legs bent backwards with large fly-like eyes, and the rest of it looked like a kangaroo and a monkey hybrid. There are many cryptids that are close in visuals, but none of them have thick hair and big eyes like this one had. I showed him drawings of other look-alike cryptids, and he dismissed every one of them. He claimed that he was walking out of the woods, just as it was getting brighter. The sky was grey and the woods still dark from the trees, but the road was almost visible down the whole mile. On his way across the road back to the house, he saw that thing a little ways down the road. It's said to have crossed the road in 2 steps, despite being short, and disappearing into the woods my uncle had just exited. The second witness is deceased now. He was a natural conspiracist, so it came as no surprise when I heard this story years ago. Though his description was much less valuable, I have the belief that it was the same cryptid. A couple miles away from the first incident, the man said he saw a small, ape-like figure jump almost to the tops of the trees. This is the least resourceful sighting, because I cannot ask this man to answer anything he left out, or give more info. This is all I have for his sighting. The third is my grandma's good friend, Sylvia, from a state away. Every 4th of July, they park a camper in my grandma's yard and stay for a week or 2 to visit all the friends and family they left behind when they moved out of state. Keep in mind, these folk have never even heard the stories of this creature, and for this story, I was in the house as it happened. Sylvia's husband had a few beers with my grandparents. There's a big tree on the side of a barely used road, and he walked over it to use the bathroom. As he was peeing on this tree, he noticed the same big black bug eyes that my uncle had seen. It was staring him down from the tree line across the road, and as soon as he focused on it, the cryptid backed up into the bush and was gone. Me and my uncle freaked out about this, as you would, because it had been 6 or so years since someone we knew spotted this thing. As crazy as it sounds, me and my whole family believe and know this creature. We've even narrowed down where it possibly calls home, based on how far sightings go. If you have any idea what might be lurking around mid-Michigan, please leave a name of a cryptid and a description or drawing. My family and I all want to know what so many of us have seen. Any ideas?
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
In 2019, while in college, I lived in a split-level home with 5 other students. There were wooden steps leading up to the front door, and once you entered the door, you find yourself on a landing where you could either go down a flight of stairs to the basement, or up a flight of stairs that led right into our main living area. Even if you missed the sound of a car pulling in, you could always tell when one of us had gotten home, because you could hear them clomp their way up the steps to the door. Sometimes I would hear this and just run down the stairs to open the door for them, rather than make them have to get their keys out. The sound of someone getting home was unmistakable. We all knew what it sounded like. It was night time, and we were all sitting in this main area, when I heard footsteps run up the stairs that led to where we were sitting. We weren't expecting someone, and everyone that lived in the house was sitting right there. So we all reacted and were like, what the hell was that? Thinking it could have been a ghost. Because the house always had a weird vibe anyway. Like, there was always someone lurking right behind you. This is when it goes from normal ghost weird to extra weird. I'm not sure how we realised this, but it almost immediately became clear that we had all heard a different sound, although we all reacted at the same time. Someone heard footsteps run up the outside stairs. Someone else heard someone struggling with the door and handle lock. Someone else heard the door actually open, and I heard feet running up the inside stairs. Essentially, we all heard something enter our house, but we each heard a different part of it. One of my roommates kept going to open the door and check if anyone was there, but my other roommate, who has had the most paranormal experiences out of that group, had the knee-jerk reaction to yell at him, "Don't let it in!" We ended up deciding that someone must have tried to trick us into letting it inside. I was recently talking to that friend who shouted about not letting it in, and he reminded me about something that happened a few days later that I'd totally forgotten about. I pulled into the driveway, and that friend ripped open the front door to shout down at me that a priest had just been at the door. But no one had answered the door because they didn't know why he was there. I was raised Catholic, and I know that priests don't just show up at your front door for no reason. So I automatically got weirded out and ran down to the chapel that was about a 5-minute walk from the house, because that was the only place that a priest could be coming from. When I got there, I found someone who worked at the chapel and told them what had happened with the priest knocking on our door. But they looked at me like I had 3 heads and told me that the priest had been getting ready for mass for a good while. I asked if there was a second priest, maybe making house calls to homes in the area, but they had no clue what I was talking about. I'm not sure if this has any relation at all to what we all heard a few nights before, but if something wanted to get into a house of 5 people, and several of them are Catholics, a priest would be a pretty good disguise. My friend says he wasn't shifting to peer into windows or anything like that. He just stood there and waited, and then walked off. Has anyone ever heard of something like this, where everyone hears something, but it's different for everyone? Or even a non-ghostly explanation? I really just want to understand what the hell happened that night, or if it's super out there to think that the priest might be related.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
So my parents bought this house over 45 years ago. I lived there from about age 2 till about 22. I recently moved back in. In those years, many small things have happened. When I was young, I slept with the door open till I woke up in the middle of the night and watched a shadow walk up the hall, then turn and walk through my parents' bedroom door. No door opening or shutting. I never slept with the door open or a light in the room again. The whole family is on vacation, except I'm home going to school and watching the cat. House has an alarm on it, and I set it before bed. I have plans with friends to study, but can't find the keys the next morning. I remember putting them on a very small table next to the garage. They were gone. Looked there and the rest of the house over, and that specific table 4 times. I then start to call my friends that I'm not going to make it, since I can't find the keys. Except now they're right in the middle of the table, nearly on top of the phone. An hour of searching. My only sibling and his wife were staying at the house while the parents were again on vacation. They were sleeping in my parents' bedroom when all of a sudden the ensuite bathroom sink turns on and runs for about 45 seconds, then turns off. Dad claims to have heard that sink run in the middle of the night before, when Mom was right beside him in bed, asleep. The house is a 3-bedroom house, and my brother had the smallest room next to mine when we were young. But we both always got creeped out by the closet, so I had to move into my room because of it. Sitting in the living room reading a book when I heard a sort of low rumble. I went into the kitchen to see what was making the noise, and a knife that was on the counter was slowly rotating in circles. It had been making the noise for a good minute before I even got in there, and it kept going for a good 30 more seconds. Nobody has been or was in the kitchen before it happened. The kitchen is open to the living room, so I could see the area from my chair. I have many more, but that certainly gives the gist.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
So a little context before we get started. My husband and I moved back into my mum's house 7 years ago. Her health isn't good, and she couldn't handle it all and the house, so we offered to help. This is my childhood home, and my family and I have had experienced a lot of things happening and noises, etc. over the years. Nothing bad, just things going missing and turning up somewhere random. Plates and cups moving around in the kitchen when there's no one in there. You get the picture. Recently, it's been a lot worse. Since October, my youngest daughter, who has never had night terrors before, is having them multiple times a week. My eldest daughter is sleepwalking suddenly, and not just the funny putting weird things in the fridge sleepwalking. I mean walking into a pitch black room in the middle of the night and starts screaming, pointing at something and saying things like, "I don't like it, I don't like him, I don't want to be here." It's absolutely terrifying when she's going through this, for me and for her. This last week, I've heard my mum's voice when she hasn't even been in the house. The first time, I was walking past her bedroom and she called my name. So I went in to see if she needed my help, and she wasn't there. I called her and she was out shopping. The second time was today, actually. I was in my kitchen tidying my eldest daughter's shoelace before we left for school, and my little ran into our living room. Both my daughter and I heard my mum talking to my other daughter in the living room. I know my eldest heard it too, and isn't going along with what I say, because at the same time, we looked up at each other confused, and asked each other if we'd heard her. My mum had already left the house half an hour before this. I even checked the CCTV to see if she came back into the house, and was somewhere else in the house. I shouted through to my little one, asking if she was talking to Nana, and she said no, Nana not here. Both me and my mum keep waking up with scratches on us also. Not little scratches, deep scratches. Basically, I'm looking to see if any of this makes sense to someone, or if I'm losing my mind.
You are listening to the content of ParanormalEncounters.com.
More activity the past few months? Yesterday was the first time I had to actually sage my house with incense, as I do not have any access to actual sage, as I saw a huge shadow figure in my hallway. No one was home. My mom was on a walk, and much smaller than the figure and my cat outside sleeping. I was actually taking a video to send to my cousins when I saw it and caught my reaction. Will not be posting as there's no evidence on the video itself. Later that night, I saw a billowing cloud around my chair that I was sitting in. Very small. I suspect my cat that passed away in January, as even when he was alive, I called him my guardian angel. The final thing was that my basement stairs creaked as if someone was walking down. The house was quite new, about 20 years old. No deaths. The stairs never creaked like that unless someone is physically walking down them. I know the difference between someone walking down them and the house shifting. Been living in this house for about 15 years. My friends who live in the same state as I, but hours away from each other, have all been messaging me lately, saying that the paranormal activity they've experienced for years has increased tremendously over the past 3 months. One friend said she had something really negative in her house, so she used sage, and 2 days later found things that had been missing for a long time. Her spirits like to take and move things around. Has there been an increase in any other states, towns, or countries? If so, where? Does anyone know why this increase has been happening the past few months? Could it be because of the global pandemic? I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts. Pink Angel. My mother says I was always her most spiritual child. I was the only child for 5 years, and my mother was relatively young when she had me, 23, and my dad was 29. So I would play by myself constantly at my grandmother's house, either when my mom was home with her or if my mom was at work. That being said, I had one imaginary friend I would play with a lot, but only while at my grandmother's house. My mom thought nothing of it at first, and just one day decided to ask who I was playing with all the time. The pink lady, Mommy. Okay, yeah, that's a little weird. Kids are weird. They say weird stuff. My mom asked. The pink lady? I said, yes, Mommy, she looks just like you. Oh, good. If I were my mother, I would have punted the little thing out the window. Curious now, my mom is asking for details. I say she looks just like my mother, but younger with long hair, and she always visits me in a pink dress. My mom asks, where is she visiting from? I just point upwards and say, she comes from up there. This is where it gets a little weirder. My mom asks her mom, my grandmother, whose house we are in, and the only place the pink lady and I play together, what the fuck is wrong with me? My grandmother starts on about her older sister, my mom's great auntie Bernadette, my mother's namesake, who died around 15 or 16 years ago. While great aunt Bernadette was getting really sick and close to passing away, an angel dressed in pink came to her. She ended up telling my mother, so when she passed, my great aunt Bernadette was buried in a pink dress, who looks just like my mother, with longer hair. I hope she's doing well. Everyone says what I experienced was sleep paralysis. To begin with, I'll say that I've experienced sleep paralysis before, and I know what that feels like. Little demon in the corner of my room and getting attacked by a burglar are 2 instances I can think of. Whenever I wake up and realize it's happening, I usually try to move, because that'll snap me out of that half-sleep state and stop any scary hallucinations from happening. However, the most jarring thing about it is how you can't move until you can. I was sleeping in my childhood bedroom while visiting my parents for the weekend, and in the middle of the night, my bedroom door opens. Now that's another aspect of this experience that does not add up for me. Our cat can open our bedroom door, which she only does when she wants to enter or leave. Because the door's latch is weak, she can actually push or pull the door open, and if she's pulling the door open, it makes a lot of noise with her scratching at the gap between the door and the floor. I went to sleep with my cat in my room, and I expected her to open the door at some point during the night to go to sleep in my parents' room. But when my bedroom door opened, it was quiet. Not like the cat had clawed it open, but like someone had opened it. Then I sat up, halfway in bed, looking at my open door, when the cat jumped into the bed. Why would she open the door just to come lay down next to me? I stared into the hallway, and it looked like someone's head was poking into my room. I thought it was my dad at first, as he worked early mornings and would come say goodbye, just while I was still asleep, giving me a kiss on the forehead. However, the person at the bedroom door didn't come in, like my dad usually would. They just stood there, tilting their head. I just kept looking, trying to figure out if or what I was seeing was real, or just a trick of my eyes. At this point, I was scared and laid back down, covering my head in the blankets. After a few minutes, I sat back up, and the figure in the doorway was gone. I mustered up the courage to get up and close my door again, and eventually went back to sleep. Maybe I'm reading into it too much, but the cat didn't leave my room for the rest of the night. I told a bunch of my friends about this, and all of them said it must have just been sleep paralysis. But there are too many unanswered questions for me to chalk it up to that. Why would the cat open my bedroom door, then come back inside and lay down with me? That's out of character for her. Why wasn't it I woke up by the scratching if she did open the door? I'm a notoriously light sleeper. If the cat did open the door, what was the figure staring at me from the hallway? And if you like everyone I've told this story to, you'd probably think it is sleep paralysis. But let me say this. I have had sleep paralysis, and I know how it feels. I can't move when it happens. But when I finally am able to move, the hallucinations go away immediately. So how was I able to sit up in the bed and hallucinate some figure in my doorway for at least a minute after I sat up? Everyone says that this was an episode of sleep paralysis, but I can't get the image of the figure's head tilting at me like that, like it was assessing me somehow. Mysterious glowing and flashing green light on the wall in the dark. This happened in the last hour, so I'm still a bit nervous to turn my light off. I'm very confused about whether what I saw was real or simply an illusion. Feel free to explain in as much scientific detail as necessary. Here's a setup for the reference. A window with the shade drawn open is on the left wall at the end of my bed. Almost directly across from it is the open door to my closet. I was lying in bed, trying to sleep, when I finally gave up and I was looking around my dark bedroom. Note, I also have quite poor vision, so everything was blurry, even with my night eyes adjusted. I noticed out of the right corner of my eye a green light, a blur without my glasses, flashing at regular intervals, so I start to watch it. Over the next few minutes, it changes in various ways. It stops flashing, starts again, speeds up, stops twitching, starts twitching, and moving in freaky ways, disappearing, more pulsing down, it goes dim, irregular pulsing. I put my glasses on, and it reveals to be a solid dot, and I'm relatively uncomfortable by now, so I turn my lights on, and it disappears. I've ruled out all the obvious light sources, and I know I wasn't asleep. I can clarify any further if needed. Does anyone else think Slapped Ham on YouTube is a joke of a channel? Kalen and his crew are either idiots or just trolls. It's either or. Either they're dumb as hell or they're mocking those who believe in the supernatural. I'll give 3 examples. I recently saw a video in the Animals Being Derp sub about a month ago of a black dog just standing there still, as if he's in mid-stride. Even his tail wasn't moving. Just a funny, lighthearted video. For context, it was a Halloween video, and they were cut out of black cats in the human's front yard. Then there was hanging witch decorations in someone's front yard, tied between their roof and some tree. Kalen spouted, "It is some super eerie mystery." And there's orb vids all over the sub about the channel, and Kalen will comment with shit like, "Oh, spooky. It's just effing dust or bugs." Bonus mentions. In one video, there is a kid's cry able to be heard in some hallway in Mexico. As the guard walks through the stiles, it creaks. And he says in some super spooky sound, "Their thumbnails are edited, like the video with the woman with the ostrich legs, knees bent backwards. She was a woman with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. She was simply double-jointed, and they altered her face to look almost like Anubis, or whoever the black god of cats is in Egypt." And just as you know, slapped ham isn't food, it's clapping cheeks. Look it up on Urban Dictionary. Motherly presence in my house. This is just a little experience I had about 2+ years ago. It was late at night, and for what I can tell, when I woke up suddenly, feeling completely awake, I wasn't sure why I'd woken up. But then I registered a presence next to me. I thought it was my mom checking up on me. You know the feeling when someone's near you, and sometimes you can feel their presence or know who they are? The presence I felt was exactly like my mom's. And she checked on me sometimes at night. I didn't feel a need to turn over or move or act like I'm anything but asleep, so I just lay there. Then I felt a finger or thumb softly press on my neck. Then the presence disappeared. No footsteps, no door opening or closing, no creaks down the stairs, nothing. I even sat up and looked around, but didn't see anyone. I didn't feel freaked out, but rather comforted, and lay down to try to fall back asleep again. When I slept, I had the strangest dreams out of my whole life to that point. To make a long story slightly shorter, in my dream, I was being pursued by a giant dark cloud. My mother, who was with me in the dream, knew about this and tried to help me get away from it. We went on a train, and I remember seeing the dark cloud following closely. When we exited the train, I was suddenly grabbed by a hand the cloud had formed and pulled me up into the sky. That was when I saw its face. Even though I'm an artist, I can't draw it. Its face was long, with hollow dark eyes, no nose, but rather visible nostril holes, and a long jagged mouth. The head shape didn't look human, but the proportions of the eyes, nose, and mouth were very human. It stared at me with its hollow eyes, then with a part of the cloud, reached into my chest and pulled out what I somehow knew was a piece of the dark cloud. I had somehow absorbed a part of it previously, and it wanted it back. That was all I knew and saw before I woke up. After that night, I began noticing humanoid gray figures in the house that both my mother and grandmother, who both don't fully believe in the paranormal, mentioned they'd seen the same thing in the exact same places I'd seen it. Without any reason, I decided the figure, who I knew was the same motherly presence I felt, was named Clarissa. I would feel her presence very often, but after several emotionally straining years, I've lost that sensitivity and haven't felt or seen her again. But deep down, I know she's still here and looking over my family. I don't believe in guardian angels, but her motherly presence makes me believe that she wants to look after my family as if they were her own. My experiences from when I was 11 to 12. I've always been a believer of the paranormal, that being ghosts, souls, and an afterlife. But I don't belong to any religion. From what I can remember of my childhood, I've had a few weird experiences, but none I remember as vividly as this one. I was maybe 11 or 12 years old, and my family had been living in Tasmania for about 2 or 3 years. My parents had started going through a rough patch in their marriage, which would eventually lead to their divorce. One night, when it was only me, my younger sibling, and my dad in the house, the beginning to a series of 3 events began. I had woken suddenly in the middle of the night, feeling completely awake, which was strange for me. I remember only being awake for less than a minute when I heard someone call my name. The voice sounded masculine, soft but loud, and the speaker sounded like they were talking through a metal pipe. It didn't sound natural, but I had just woken up, so it must be my brain making things up, I thought. Then I heard it again, sounding more sing-song this time. This time, I was terrified and hid under my blankets, as any kid would. I don't remember how much longer I was awake, but when I fell asleep, I had a vivid dream of a figure dressed in all black with a hoodie, standing at the bottom of the stairs outside of my room looking up at me. I remember how the next day, when my dad was awake, I asked him if he said my name during the night. Even though I knew it couldn't have been him, he said no, and said I probably just had a dream. But as ridiculous as it sounds, I know it wasn't a dream. That day, when I went to school, I told my friends about it, and one of them got really excited and told me a story about how one of her cousins was staying at her house over the weekend, and last night they had apparently seen a black hooded figure in their living room, which then disappeared after they saw it. I don't really believe this, but I thought it'd be interesting to add. The second time I saw a hooded figure was after a late night at my grandmother's house. My dad had driven me and my siblings home when I saw this person standing in my neighbor's driveway. I studied them for a few more seconds, but recognizing that they were the hooded figure I had seen in my dream, I told my dad and tried to get him to look. But he said he saw nothing and we should just go inside. The third time I had an encounter with the hooded figure was the scariest of them all. Once again, I was sleeping in my room when I suddenly woke up. I didn't feel tired again, but I wanted to go back to sleep, so I tried to move to a comfortable position. That was when I realized I was having my first sleep paralysis experience. At 12, I didn't know what that was and began panicking. At one point, I looked up at my wardrobe. My wardrobe's door were mirrors, and they reflected most of the room. In the reflection, I saw the hooded figure. It was looking through my shelves at the bottom of my bed. I was overcome with as much fear as a 12-year-old can feel and tried yelling for someone to help, but my lips were glued shut, and it felt like there was a tennis ball stuck in my throat. Despite not making any sound, I knew I was awake. I watched it stop moving, then snap its head back to look at me with inhuman speed. And before I could register its speed, it launched at me, grabbing my bed frame as if to jump onto my mattress. I blacked out. When I woke up again, it was light, but my vision was so blurry I could hardly see anything. But from what I could see, there was someone wearing black lying next to me. I reached my hand out to grab them and felt the softest fabric I'd ever held. My vision faded out again, and I woke fully a few minutes later. I've retold this story to a few of my friends, and over time I've started believing that iAeXs, the name I gave the hooded figure, was a sort of manifestation of my trauma and negative feelings I was going through at the time. Tasmania was a hellhole for me for multiple reasons that I won't get into. So I believe that rather than a random evil entity deciding to attach itself to me, my pain manifested itself into iAeXs. Since leaving Tasmania, I haven't seen him again, and I don't want to. So this happened in 2003. I was in class 3 in a school in Rawalpindi. The school had a newly built section where the classes were arranged on one side of a long corridor. At the end, there was a washroom with several cubicles. My class used to be on the second floor, so there was a window at the end of the corridor. Moreover, you could get a view of the surroundings from the windows inside the washroom, but they were mostly covered by old trees outside. Birds would often make their nests right above that window. Between the washroom and my class, there was one other class. The wall faces the class, and the washroom was plain, except for the stairs in the middle, which I took every morning to reach my class. Summer break was approaching, so the days got really hot. We used to have 8 periods, with a break in the middle. The day in question was a Friday, so we only had 2 more classes after break. We had social studies class right before break. The teacher was a strict old lady. I can still picture her face. My friend's name was Abdul Ahad. He has more like a blonde European than a Pakistani. With his white skin and golden hair, you wouldn't find a more innocent kid. Right at the beginning of the lecture, he asked teacher to go to the washroom. The teacher had a policy of not letting more than 1 student out of the class at a time, so when Ahad hadn't come back for some time, we began to get irritated. It wasn't until much later that the teacher realized that Ahad had gone out for some quiet time, and she wondered out loudly, "Where had he gone?" That's exactly when Ahad came back. None of us registered this at first, but he was positively shaken. Teacher threw some questions his way, but he ignored her. She wasn't someone you just want to ignore. Ahad simply came inside without even asking permission and sat up on his chair, hands down. We noticed this for a while, and then teacher asked him to come up to her. "What happened?" she asked him very politely, and he said with a straight face, "I was attacked by something." It was quite clear that he was very disturbed and struggling to comprehend. Teacher asked him to describe what happened, so he explained. He went to the washroom and entered the cubicle furthest from the door, right at the back, next to the windows. He had to shoo away a pigeon which was inside. Odd, because there wasn't any opening in the window. After getting rid of the bird, he sat down to business. Then right before getting up, everything went dark. He explained that he was standing in pitch black darkness for hours and he couldn't find his bearings. He said he was able to balance himself on the walls of the cubicle, tried to scream, but nothing came out of his mouth. As he began to get tired, he saw 2 eyes floating in the darkness. The eyes were a distinct shade of green, didn't do much except stare at him. This made him uneasy, and he tried to swipe at them in order to shoo them away. His hand flew right between those eyes, except whatever thing was watching him swiped back at him. He fell down unconscious. And when he woke up, he was lying in the corridor. So he just came back to class. He didn't remember coming out of the cubicle and into the corridor. At this point, the teacher sent him back to his desk, claiming that he was dehydrated and probably suffered a heat stroke, which was a reasonable explanation, except it didn't explain what we saw 15 minutes later in the break. Right as the break started, everyone rushed to Ahad to hear his story again. He told us the story again, but many of us agreed with the teacher, so he simply showed us something he hid from the teacher, a ripped portion of his shirt, which started from the elbow till the cuffs. Under the shirt, his skin bore a deep scar, which looked very painful, yet it wasn't bleeding. Only a few students still believe the teacher, saying he probably fell. One even claimed that he used a pen to cut himself. I was one of those who believe in the teacher. Nothing prepared us for what was waiting in the corridor, though. The wall in front of the washroom was ripped away by what appears to be a Hulk-sized Wolverine. It left a claw-like mark, almost identical to the mark on Ahad's arm. The mark was basically 3 long lines, longest in the middle and shortest at the bottom. Ahad's arm had a scar, but the wall had a deep cut much bigger than the scar in Ahad's arm. Cement lay on the floor as though someone had swung at the wall with a hammer repeatedly, yet it was so clean it looked like it was made in one big swipe. It started near the ceiling and went all the way to the bottom. No human could have ripped it like that without alarming half of the school, because the wall was clean, as new, just that morning. Out of curiosity, some of us went to the washroom to check. Specifically, the cubicle Ahad had used. It was completely destroyed. The flush was broken, water spilling everywhere. The door was barely hanging on the hinges. No 3rd grader could have done that, even when falling down on it. Ahad's encounter spread like wildfire, and pretty much the whole school knew before the break ended. The corridor was filled by students trying to see the claw marks on the wall. It wasn't like the movies where everyone would run off. We knew if something happened, it would happen to all of us, and somehow that made us feel safe. The principal himself had to come down to our corner of the school and dismiss everyone. We didn't come back to our class after break. Ahad's parents were informed. We wouldn't see him for weeks. The school stayed closed for Monday and Tuesday for repairs. When we came back, the trees behind the washroom were cleaned away. It's local belief that the supernatural being often lived on those old trees. I find that out after we had to cut some trees in our home. Needless to say, as much as I believe in science and stuff, I cannot explain or even comprehend that day. I think I died in my motorcycle crash. On August 28th, 2021, right after 12 a.m., I was in a horrible motorcycle crash. Things got blurry, but I think I was meant to die, or did. I ended up going to a big motorcycle event with some co-workers, as I worked in the industry of bikes then. Left the place, and it's in a city, a bit unfamiliar with the area. Some pretense leading up to this, I kept seeing the number 666 everywhere. Obviously, you say this to someone and you sound crazy. My best friend, let's call her Tay, was riding with me prior, and we saw multiple license plates, including a semi with the 3-digit plate 666. Enough for her to be like, okay, that's weird. Well, back to that night. I was going home, feeling good, and enjoying my G310 after its first service. Things just went black. It's odd. 1 second you're here, and the next I was conscious, like a black void, more like a bubble. Felt like I was floating, almost like in water, but no resistance. I felt true peace. I could even put it into words. Imagine you have the best sleep ever, but times 1,000. I heard distant screams from a woman. Felt like time passed almost, but then sirens far. Then sirens and walkie-talkies closer, much closer. During this time, I had very little knowledge or couldn't talk, just like what happened, but almost like I was a tiny child with no concept of the world or anything. All of a sudden, it feels like I was tied to a fucking A-10 jet by some really long string, and it flew over and ripped me back to life 1,000,000 miles an hour. The movies get it eerily right, put things together eventually, and they hit me with adrenaline, and my thigh caused a massive boil, like blood sac thing that popped in the hospital. Well, I broke my pelvis straight in half, and wrist. Before surgery, I was in and out of consciousness. The only dreams I could remember, I walked into this giant beautiful forest, but more like a garden. It was my ex there, naked in a huge hot spring. She was a bitch, but damn, she was hot. Except it wasn't her, and she had black eyes and a very not normal voice. It said to me, "You know who I am. Do you like how I look?" This was followed up by another dream where I entered the forest or garden again, and I remember it saying, "Welcome back." All this trips me out more because I was out of the hospital weeks later and trying to put things together. I found the intersection online, the pizza joint on Google Maps. Has it there with a sign with 666 in the phone number. The fucking intersection was 666. The area had some crazy satin Latin gang there. It just all blows my mind. The dreams messed me up, but then more after I put the pieces together. Add in seeing this number prior, also found a pic of my mileage, took one right before I left the event because I was at 1,111 miles. I might be cursed on the devil's hit list, or maybe he's bastard. Not exactly on my own, but I was part of the group. It was at a theater, summer camp, a few towns over. We rehearse a play and present it to the parents on the last day. And during the 2 weeks also, do things like bonfires, hikes, and even some street performances to train our confidence. We'd done some that day and went to a play, performed by another theater club in town, and as such, were exhausted, and it was already dark. We were told that we'd have to walk back to camp, and like the cranky teenagers we were, we protested, but there was no other way. We protested again when our leader told us we'd have to walk along fields using dirt paths that were not lit at all, or used by anything other than hikers and the occasional crazy biker. We called bullshit, but he insisted. I was and still am kind of scared of the dark, especially in rural areas, so I held onto the arm of a much older girl who was like my big sister during camp. Then I saw the hooded figure. It stood right in the middle of the field, to the left of us, unmoving, but clearly visible. I wasn't scared, but felt very safe in our group of people, and didn't say anything because I felt safer if the others weren't scared. Of course, someone else saw and pointed it out, at which point we all became scared. Our leader did his best to calm us, telling us it was probably just some weirdo on a walk. That calmed everyone down until the bush and trees on our right side subsided and revealed the field to our right. Two weirdos out on a walk in black robes, standing motionless in the middle of a field? At this point, we decided to walk faster, not keen on interrupting or participating in whatever weird ritual we'd stumbled into. A third field came into view, revealing yet another black figure. Some shone the flashlights we used to watch the ground at them, but they couldn't reach far enough, and the older kids told them to stop, as not to provoke the hooded figures. We reached a house, still in the middle of nowhere. It was an old GDR building, a large block of concrete with some windows, and our leader told us to be extra quiet. He explained that there was a Slavic immigrant living there, similarly to these people in the US that claimed to not be a citizen or something. We were supposed to be quiet because they were known around the area to be, just say, cranky. The house was like their own community, and they really disliked outsiders. So we walked past it. No noise is heard besides the shuffling of our feet. We were a good while away when suddenly two girls at the back of the group scream, startling us. It was like a human stampede. I barely ran myself. I just held onto the other girl as I was swept up in the group, being pushed forward. When our leader finally got us to stop, he scolded the two girls and asked them why they screamed. I knew them. They were both tough as nails. One liked to climb trees, and they played in the dark woods regularly. They said they got scared because they heard a scream from right behind them. Even though they were the last ones, and the building we passed was far off in the distance, the one thing around us were fields and the path we had walked before. Needless to say, we were creeped the hell out and almost ran back to camp, super glad when we finally arrived and could go inside. I was surprised the girl I held on to still had blood in her arm afterwards. Not the most paranormal story, I know, but it was one of the scariest nights of my life. I still don't know what it was all about, but I still remember it vividly, even though it was like 8 years ago. I worked as a nurse in an old person home where we had this lady who never ate or drank, but lived forever. She spoke multiple languages and talked weird, always laughed, and other people mostly came out crying. Once entered, and she told me who I was and talked bad about people I cared about. Also heard the occasional moments where she bit people in the arms, hands, and neck if you came too close. When talking about religion, she laughed. It was always cold in the room, and the door would close by, I don't know, some reason every time you entered. Let me tell you that these doors are heavy. Everyone believed that there was more at work here, but higher-ups never believed in the paranormal. I stopped working there, but I heard from someone she died. Also, her neighbor never liked living there either. After the weird woman died, her neighbor quickly followed too. And after that, the two came to live after them also died 1 week after getting there. Never spoke again with anyone working there. Fuck that place. Scariest thing ever. Also posted this as a reaction on a post somewhere in this group. I just thought I would post it individually. Update. So I saw people commenting it's fake. It's from a show, all that. I personally never watched that kind of stuff on Netflix, so I don't know, but I will definitely check it out. After I wrote this story, I tried to contact my friend again that worked at the same place. He told me that he did not want to talk about it. Told me he was in therapy and still is, but just not about this. He also told me he finally found a house to live in and is about to bring their second child into this world. Levitating by the spiral staircase. All this happened when I was 25, I was around 5 or 6 years old, and I remember everything like it was yesterday. Because I've been thinking about that day often, and I've talked to multiple people about it throughout my life. It was my mom's birthday, and she invited some of her friends to have a lively party at her house. Most of the people with children were my parents' friends, though, my older sister's school, so most of the kids were older and didn't want to hang out with me. I, on my part, never really liked hanging out with other children, so I was more than happy to stay behind the spiral staircase, drawing on the floor with my crayons. At a certain point, I got up to stretch my legs, holding myself with one hand on the side of the wooden staircase, when the legs started coming up on their own. I found myself hovering in midair, about 2 or 3 feet above the ground, in an almost sitting position. I just lightly holding onto the wood railing to anchor myself. I say sitting to describe the position, but it felt completely free and floaty, very reminiscent of the sensation of weightlessness. Some say very light turbulence or roller coasters, but this lasted for about 30 or 60 seconds. Not sure, as if it was super quick, but it didn't last long. The experience filled me with glee at the time, and I gently pushed my legs down, one at a time, and ran to my parents, dragging them to the staircase and yelling, "Come, come, please, you have to see this," while giggling. I then proceeded to grab the staircase and joyously lift my legs, proud and excited, but they dropped down immediately. I tried to prop them up, a bit confused, to no avail. I tried jumping, helping myself with my arm, and going slowly, one leg at a time, but nothing happened. My parents eventually grew tired, not understanding that I was trying to show them, and left me because I spent the rest of the night frustrated by the staircase, hanging by the railing, climbing in between the steps, anything just to trigger it again. It never happened to me again. Nothing of the sort had ever happened to me since, but it changed my perspective on life. How can I be a person who believes that reason rather than experience is the foundation of certainty in knowledge when I myself have experienced something that I cannot explain with reason? That's not to say that I'm not a skeptic, as I've talked to multiple people about this, including friends, family, and a therapist, to see if I might be having hallucinations, but he didn't believe so, as I've never had one other than that, and I wasn't under any particular amount of stress at that time. As I got older, I even tried to go to the gym and try to recreate the position, but I never could. Sometimes children have freaky strength, but I was literally just lightly holding onto the staircase, and there was nothing else to help. My parents and sister do remember me mentioning this, but they all remember about the night as me being very grumpy and fussy by the spiral staircase. A girl walked through walls. It all started in 2011 when I was 10 and my older sister was 14. We were playing in our childhood home, running through the house and horseplaying, when we noticed this girl who appeared to be around 12 years old and was dressed in a blue and white dress with long blonde hair. She looked to be from the 1930s or 1940s. We were the type of kids who believed in the paranormal and things like that, so we weren't that scared. The only one home at the time were our parents and us. There were no other kids at our house. We stopped and looked at her, then each other, trying to think of a way to make sense of what we were seeing. A girl, and we shouldn't be seeing. The girl was just standing in the middle of the room, looking around at everything. We both said at the same time, "Hey, who are you?" She didn't say anything. She just walked through the wall. We both jumped and immediately went back to the other side of the wall, which happened to be my older sister's room at the time, and she was gone and nowhere to be found. We go to our parents, and tell them about what we had just seen, and of course, they don't believe us. Over the next couple of weeks, we tried to think why they saw the girl, and why she appeared to walk through the wall. We couldn't think of a reason why we saw her, so we decided to look up stuff about our house. We found out that there was a fire at a mental hospital in 1952 that took the lives of 17 people. We believe that the girl we saw was one of the victims of that fire, and it was trying to find a way to safety. Now we're 21 and 26, and still don't know who or why we saw the girl. Weird experiences I had in my old house. For context, I'm a 19-year-old male, and my family moved into my old house in North South Wales, Australia, around the time I turned 5 years old. We lived there for about 13 years and moved out a few months ago. Since before even moving into that house, I would see and hear weird stuff that would range everything from going quiet and hearing a disembodied male voice calling my name from over the fence in our backyard at the time, to running to my parents' room after having a nightmare to see tendril-like shadows thrashing around the room above my younger brother's cot that gave me an overwhelming feeling of fear and sickness before passing out and walking up to my parents, freaking out over finding me passed out on the floor outside the room the next morning. Most of that stuff is easily explained by me being a dumbass kid who had sneakily watched too many freaky shows my dad would watch at the time without him knowing, and developing an overactive imagination and irrational fears. However, a little while after moving into the house this is all about, I'll begin to have reoccurring night terrors every week. In said dreams, I would wake up lying on my stomach in front of the cupboard door in my room, with the door slightly open, just enough that I could see the glow from the static you'd get on those old TV box sets, which we had on our PlayStation 2 hooked up to that cupboard sitting on a sort of table. In the dreams, I couldn't move at all, not like how in sleep paralysis, where you feel paralyzed, more like I felt an immense weight on my back that I couldn't push off. Not that I really tried because I was too scared to move, but I could feel something holding me there. I would begin to hear this female voice repeating something, which I cannot remember. The voice slowly got deeper and deeper, more and more angry. Even eventually I'd just wake up, lying in the same spot in real life, cupboard door still cracked open. No glow from the TV though. Obviously, I'd sprint down the hallway to my parents' room, where I'd practically leap into their bed, feeling like something was chasing me. My parents chalked it up to me being a kid and having an overactive imagination. They all know I had. They are also very ignorant when it comes to malevolent spirits or anything paranormal to this day, despite believing in Christianity. These dreams happened every week for 5 weeks until they stopped. After a while, not sure how long I'd begun to forget about the dreams, until one night, I once again woke up on the floor in front of the cupboard, door cracked open with the faint glow of the staticky TV. Only this time, there was no voice, just pure silence. All of a sudden, the weight on my back turned into a pull on my legs, which dragged me at a fucking Mach 10 down the hallway, through the garage door and through a manhole into the attic, and across the floor to the attic to a box where I could make out a small piece of paper sitting on it with something written on it. And then I woke up in my bed, scared, but not feeling like anything else was there. So I went back to sleep after laying there, shitting bricks for a while. Fast forward like 10 years, and I asked my parents if they remember me having these dreams. Turns out I never mentioned the last one to them, because apparently my dad had gone up into the attic about a year ago to check for rats because we kept hearing scratching on the ceiling, and he found a single fucking envelope with a woman's name on it, which he can't remember. I asked what he did with it, and he said he threw it out because it didn't seem important and he felt wrong about opening in an envelope that was addressed to somebody else. Fast forward another year and a half, about a year before we moved in. One night, really late, it's 2 or 3 a.m., I'm chilling in my room, different from the one where I had the dreams, slightly further down the hall, closer to my parents, and more importantly, the bathroom, watching videos on my phone. But at this point, my brother and I had really fucked our sleep schedules, so he was taking a shower and brushing his teeth in the bathroom before he went to bed, when I hear this loud fucking bang. Wondering what the fuck he's doing, I go and open the door, and he steps out and nearly shits himself when he sees me. I can tell that he's scared and freaking out, so I asked him, what the fuck is going on, and what was that bang? He tells me he saw a face coming out of the wall, behind him in the mirror, and being my brother, punches the mirror, which makes it disappear. I was skeptical, thinking my brother might be tripping or something, or he just imagined it due to being sleep deprived. So I went and checked the bathroom, which he refuses to go to, and found nothing. A few months later, my ex and I are chilling on the couch in the living room, and once again, we hear a bang. So again, I go check and see my brother standing in the bathroom, staring at the mirror, unblinking, his hands shaking. Ask him what the fuck is happening. He walks out and answers, I saw it fucking again. What? The fucking face on the wall. We all say fuck that and leave. Hear what sounds what I presume was plastic coat hangers moving around in the bathroom. Then after building up the balls to go back and see what we could find, we find this drawing on the window in the condensation. When I tried to wipe it off with my hand, I realized it was drawn on the side of the window that is between the fly screens and the slide we were on. There was no way anybody could have drawn that without taking the fly screen off. After all this, and years of other smaller things, I decided I want to know what the fuck is going on and stayed up all night with my ex and brother researching the house. Ending up finding out a young woman went missing in the area a while back. I also checked back lease records on the house and found that someone had moved in and out of the house within 2 months, during which the woman had gone missing. So my theory is that some sicko kidnapped and murdered this poor woman, and she was trying to reach out to us, telling me that the voice I heard in my dreams was hers. If anyone could tell me their opinion on what was happening, that would be great, as I feel like my theory is based off a lot more conjecture than actual evidence. Thanks in advance. A lot of other weird stuff has happened in and around that house. 2 quick examples. A friend of my brother's took a video of a weird undulating cube flying above a clearing in the bush next to the house, which came closer to him before flying off. I heard something screech and what sounded like an entire fucking tree snapping in half in the bush next to the playground at midnight. After leaving it because I felt like I was being watched, proceeded to skate home fast as fuck. If anyone cares enough to elaborate on some of these other things. Strange mind. Let's start this out by saying I've seen things. All the time I do. It's not uncommon, and most of the time I shrug it off. I have GAD, generalized anxiety disorder. I feel emotions a lot heavier than other people do who don't have it. It can mean I cry for no reason, get angry at nothing, and even laugh at a speck of dust. I overthink every detail about my day many times. However, one big thing that goes along with this is that my mind never shuts off. I hear voices that aren't there and so on. I see figures who my brain pretends exist. So that's why I often, as I said before, shrug it off. However, this time was different, very different. It was a few weeks ago. I was home alone, my parents were at work, and I didn't have work, so I just crashed there after school. This isn't uncommon. I do it often. I'm a female and only 18, so I do what any smart gal would do. Locked up all the doors because people are crazy. I got a call from my parents saying that they were going to go for a bar for a while. Fine by me, I meant I could read a book and enjoy the peace and quiet for longer. It was around 7, and it was dark outside. The moon gave the yard some light. I read my book for about an hour now, it being 8:25. I checked my phone to see if I had any messages, so this time I know precisely. I heard a sound from the kitchen. My head snapped over. Thinking my parents had gotten home, I didn't hear them enter, but again, I was lost in my book. Hello? No one. Okay. Odd. It's my brain playing tricks. I do have a strange mind. But no, there it was again. It was a drawn-out noise. I couldn't make it out. It gave me goosebumps. But again, my mind plays tricks. I should just go check it out and calm my nerves. I walked into the kitchen and stopped, dead in my tracks. 2 of the drawers were open. They shouldn't be. I haven't eaten yet. So I've not even walked into the kitchen. So why were the spoons and forks and knives open? Mom, you there? It was fear. I was getting scared. I felt a panic attack coming. It just wasn't right. I like things being perfect. It helps me calm down. So when it isn't, I get iffy. I took deep breaths and closed the drawers. Could have been me forgetting things. The wood being loose and causing them to slide out. Then I heard a knock on the door. Okay, good. Parents are home. They'll understand. They always do. I go back to the living room and go to unlock the door, but it was already unlocked. I let my hand just hover there. I locked that door. I knew I locked that door. I checked 3 times, peeked at it 5 times, just to make sure it was locked. I heard a knock again. It shook me into a slight panic. Sorry, I called out to them and opened the door. No one. There was no one out there. I looked around outside. Their car wasn't here. I quickly closed and locked the door again, stepping back. Okay, so this isn't my strange mind. That door was locked, and I knew I heard a knock. Panic. I was having a panic attack. I didn't take much to make me have one. I ran into the room, closed my door. I stayed there until my parents got home, and admittedly, I slept on the floor that night. Nothing else has happened since I opened the door, but again, I haven't stayed home alone. I took more shifts at work and refused to be there without someone. Was it my GAD? Was it my mind? Was it something else? Does anyone else have a similar experience? Once, back in the 90s, my dad's car broke down in the middle of the night. He was alone and on a back road with not a lot going on. As it happens, he broke down right near a house. It was a bit dilapidated looking, but whatever. He needed to call someone to pick him up. He walked over, knocked on a door, and an older lady answered. She was sweet and let him use the phone to call his dad. He got picked up by his dad, and the next morning, they came to tow the car. There was no house anymore, or any sign of it. As a child, I had an imaginary friend named DC. I can picture it in my head, now as an adult, what he looked like. He was a boy covered in soot. I was attached to him, and kind of weird about it. My mom would call me to dinner and say something like, DC says I'm not allowed to eat now. My parents could also hear me playing and talking to him, completely acting as if he were responding to me. A bit of time passed, and I stopped mentioning him or playing with him. When my parents asked what happened, I told them he died in a fire. A couple years back, I had a snow globe in my room. It was on a bookshelf across from my bed. I was laying in bed one night, trying to fall asleep, when I heard the snow globe winding itself up. I opened my eyes and looked in that direction, but saw nothing, and assumed I had started to fall asleep, and maybe it was a dream. As soon as I laid my head back down and closed my eyes, the snow globe started winding itself up again, for longer this time. I immediately got up and took the snow globe down to the basement. Years ago, my dad used a Ouija board alone. He placed his hands on the plankette, asked a question, and it started to move. The plankette moved more and more aggressively, and my dad decided to stop and take his hands off. The plankette then was in its last 4 figure eights around the board until eventually flying off. My mom also used a Ouija board with some friends years ago without my dad. And when they were done, they placed the Ouija board on a dresser. Not long after, the board flew off and hit a wall. I've seen shadows out of the corner of my eye. I've smelled perfume that my deceased great-grandmother used to wear. I've seen drinking glasses move themselves. I've had items mysteriously disappear, then reappear days later in the spot I'd last left them. I've heard people walking downstairs when I know everyone is in their bedroom upstairs. And I've woken up twice now in the middle of the night to people in my bedroom. This last one, I am not willing to admit, may be explainable away as a dream while being half awake. I have no doubt in my mind, in some form or another, ghosts are real. The first one happened back in '95, when I was about 5 years old. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, sometimes, and would hear what sounded like my mom calling my name from downstairs. So I'd go to look, and it'd be completely pitch black downstairs, and I'd never cross the doorway into the living room, because I knew that no one would just be sitting in the dark. It went on for a week or so, until the last time it happened. It sounded like my mom calling my name from the kitchen, so I went downstairs to see if she was up, and made the mistake of rounding the corner too fast, and crossed the doorway into the kitchen. All of a sudden, this super tall shadow just started running at me from the far side of the kitchen. 5-year-old me just turned around without making a noise and bolted back upstairs, jumped in bed, pulled the covers up over me, thinking that I had just been chased by the boogeyman. The second happened in 2008 when I was 18. It was my senior year of high school, and the day before seniors started. I had woken up while my mom and little sister were getting ready to drop my sis off at school, so I had laid back down to try to sleep in some more. I heard someone leave out the front door, so I figured that mom had went out to get the car warmed up, and my sister was still in the house. All of a sudden, I hear my bedroom knob start jiggling like someone was trying to open it, and thought, oh, that was my sister trying to scare me. So made it look like I was asleep by closing my eyes a little. The door opened, but instead of my sis, it was a shadow person with iridescent blue eyes, starting to glide into my room. This thing blocked out the light from the bathroom, but didn't cast a shadow on my door. I was so surprised that I opened my eyes as wide as possible, and the shadow person was also surprised because it did the same thing. Then it just slowly backed out of my room and closed the door. I jumped up in a bit of a panic, thinking that someone had broken into the apartment and searched the whole house. But it was only my dad who was asleep, and myself. The third story happened back in 2018. A few days after my dad passed away, I was the only one at home and was in my room playing video games when I hear the front door unlock and open. Someone walked in, closed the door, and locked it. Thinking that it was my mom coming in, I hollered, "Hello?" Nothing, just silence. So I said hello again, kind of nervously. Still no answer. So I get up and walk down the hallway, still saying hello, expecting to see someone. There was no one. I was still at the house alone. Told my mom after she was done with the funeral arrangements, and she said that it was my dad's spirit coming back to the house. I'm pretty skeptical about paranormal stuff, but I know what I've seen and heard. I got a couple other stories, but I just chalked them up to sleep paralysis or overactive imagination. I've been experiencing something since I was a child. I will start with some key details of my experiences that has started since I was a child. I remember experiencing a horrific dream to the point of night terrors since I was a kid to even now as an adult. There's always the same type of creature or beast-like creature in my dreams when these events happen. The dreams seem to have gotten worse over time, where I actually jump, shaking, sweating, breathing, screaming, or even grabbing objects in my arms and throwing them. I have had some experiences throughout life that have been unexplained as well. That didn't happen when I was sleeping. Electronics turning off and on randomly, microwaves, ovens, TVs, coffee pots. I have had lights turn on when I remember never turning them on. I've had your typical shadows or movements in the corner of my eye as well throughout my whole life. Where things are really interesting is there's a few events that I can't explain. There's others, but these are some major ones and recent ones. First one was my experience I had in my studio where all the cupboards, doors were open. The kitchen and bathroom light was on, and I was barely laying in bed. I had a dream where I was floating in my sleep and the lights were flashing off and on. The cupboards were slamming open and closed. When I finally woke up, I was freezing cold. I could basically see my breath, which doesn't make sense because it was a summer night in July. The other thing is my ex-wife refused to talk about that night. The other events are kind of connected, but anyways, my fiance is a semi-practicing witch, and I started joking, started mentioning some of the stuff I experienced over my lifetime, and that I am still a skeptic. The issue is, as this happened, my night terrors started becoming way more frequent, and I started hearing things she couldn't hear, and seeing things in the corner of my eye. She insisted we get something called a dream potion, which you're supposed to take the cap off when you sleep for protection, and asked me to use it every day that I remember when I sleep. When I got the potion, there was 3 sizes. I said, well, clearly we need the biggest one, especially because I've been haunted by this since I was a child. So when we first got it, I didn't take the cap off of it because I didn't want my dream thoughts to kind of take it and run with it. Hope that makes sense. Within the first week after I passively forgot about it, I had a visit from this creature in my dream, but it was different. It was asking me to get rid of the dream potion because it couldn't do anything with it around. Mind you, this was with the cap still on, and I jokingly said something to the fiancé, and she jokingly said, well, it clearly works then, even with the cap on. Fast forward a little bit ahead in time, I was getting out of the shower, and my fiancé asked, what the hell did I do to my back? I asked her what she was talking about, and I looked at my back in the mirror and I had scratches across it, like I was scratched by something, which is weird because I don't remember scratching my back on anything, and it looked semi-fresh. And she thinks it could possibly be from the visitor, or I did it by accident and I don't remember. The most recent event was a little while ago. My fiancé had been trying to search for this creature in her sleep to get an idea of what it is, so she knows how to handle it. She told me that she thinks she found it finally. It wouldn't talk to her, but she could see it. I asked her to describe it to me. She proceeded to explain from what she could remember. She explained it almost exactly what I've been seeing since a child. The key thing is I have not once explained what I would see awake or asleep to anyone. I admitted that's basically what I see or what it looks like. So now I've been sleeping with the cap off and with the potion to see if it will visit since this has happened. The visitor came back a few times, a lot more reserved this time, and said that my fiancée needs to mind her own business, essentially. I haven't told her this part yet because I've been busy and I'm starting to question my skepticism regarding the paranormal. Whispering in the woods. We camped in the area of Cane Creek, Kentucky, near Laurel Lake. Me and my friend camped down on his property in literal BFE. No service, no noise, no anything, but you in the woods. We set up our tent under an overhang, and when I was tasked with gathering firewood, it was about 5 p.m. or so. While collecting, I get an odd feeling and start hearing whispers. They weren't saying anything, it was just murmuring. Couldn't make anything out. At that point, I get a creepy, odd feeling and move closer to our camp to collect firewood, not straying anymore after that. Night progresses and nothing out of the ordinary happens until we climb into our bags. I heard footsteps in the leaves and more murmurs. I was getting genuinely freaked out, but I know the best thing to do is ignore it and sleep. I did. And the following morning, me and my friend found ourselves awake at 5 a.m. He asked me if I heard whispering at night. I told him I heard it twice. We were both equally baffled. Clarification: we were not the first people in this camp in this area. His uncle and his friends attempted to camp there, but couldn't make it through the night. My dad is a hunter, and he refuses to go down there anymore. As another friend and I have, his dad says that the air down there is rich in death. We have also found arrowheads on the property. What it means? No idea. Any ideas here? This is the first time I've ever encountered anything like this in my camping adventures. What he seen before he passed. My grandmother's house has always been very active, especially when death was near. There was a shadow that would go down the hallway and play peekaboo with her when she would sit and read her book before bed. When she passed away, the house quieted down, then picked back up again. One night my mother was laying in what was my grandmother's room and heard a loud crash. Thinking it was the cat knocking something over, she told my stepdad not to worry about it, and they would clean it up in the morning. When they woke up, they found my grandmother's Virgin Mary laying on the floor across the room from where it should have been. The porcelain statue was fully intact, minus the itty-bitty piece of petal from the bottom of the rose petals she was holding. I do think this is because my grandmother didn't like my stepdad very much, and even in death, she wanted that known. When my step-grandfather was near passing, there was a small tower of coins standing on my stepdad's dresser. This wasn't a perfect straight up and down stack of quarters. The coins were on the very edge of each other. I'm not sure a person could do it, even if they had steady enough hands, but none of us in the house would have been able to do that. My mom was the one that found it, and it stayed standing long enough for all of us to get a good look at it. Mom was super impressed that one of us could do that in just a few minutes, but it wasn't us. After getting a look at it, they fell straight down. All of us got this icy chill. My step-grandfather passed away just days later. Now, what you all have been waiting for. My stepdad was sadly diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer and passed almost 5 years ago. Before he passed away, he was tormented a little. Toothpaste tube would slide across the bathroom counter. Full bottles of shampoo would fall over, and he would see things. The things he told us scared the daylights out of me. He got out of bed one night to go to the kitchen and was greeted at the bedroom door by a solid dark shadow person. He froze and frantically called for my mother. She finally woke up and was confused to why her badass ex-boxer of a husband was shaking like a leaf. He calmed down and went back to bed, just to be woken up by other things the next few nights. One thing was a little demon sitting on the floor looking at him when he rolled over to my mother. She looked like a burnt mummy. I giggled at that part because my mom took it as an insult. About a month before he passed, my little sister and mom were sitting on bed with him, and he was staring at something. Eve asked him what he was looking at, because it was in her direction. He told her, "He's looking at me." She looked at him and said, "Who?" He went on to tell her that there's a shadowy person sitting right behind her. Mom said she never ever saw Eve move so fast. The day of his passing, I was in Florida, about to make a drive to Tennessee with my other sister, Nicole. Before I woke up to get ready for the drive, Dad came to me in my sleep. He hugged me and told me, "Everything is going to be okay." I woke up in tears and told Nicole something was wrong. 2 hours into our trip, Mom calls. "He's taking a nosedive." The car ride was so quiet. Long, not a word was muttered. When I get back from Tennessee, my husband and I make a beeline for Mississippi to see my stepdad one last time before he gets cremated. I guess he had heard me ask my mom if I could have some of his ashes, and she told me no. I got those ashes. He didn't fit in the urn that my stepmother's best friend got for him. Now he's sitting in my living room next to a huge chunk of amethyst. The ghost likes Christmas lights. So my husband and I bought some small LED Christmas lights from Walmart and hung them on the top of our wooden headboard a few nights ago. I usually keep them on throughout the night until we officially are ready to close our eyes and sleep. Well, both of us got up a few hours ago to grab some food. We have just been hanging out in the pitch black, cuddling, or watching videos on our phones. Well, my husband was lying on his side, facing our sliding glass door to the porch, and I was lying on my back, listening to a sleep meditation with my eyes open. Suddenly, the Christmas lights turn on. At first, I didn't realize what was going on, but then I told my husband to look and explain that I didn't touch them and that they are battery operated, with a soft plastic button you have to push in order to turn them on. I grabbed the cord to see where it led, and the battery case and button is set nicely on the shelf located on my side of the headboard, all by itself. Needless to say, I'm thoroughly creeped out, and so is my very masculine, not easily intimidated husband. Backstory. The real estate agent that helped our family find this house informed my mother-in-law that the couple that lived here before us would get all the cops called on them, all the time, for domestic disputes and noise complaints and welfare checks. The neighbors would hear them scream and yell and act completely hateful and almost homicidal to one another. The month that the couple split up, as far as I've been told, and moved out of the house, the husband, whom was alleged as the primary aggressor, took his own life. No one other than my family has lived here since, but everyone that lives here, and some who don't, have either experienced something bizarre, noted some kind of dark energy, mood swings, anxiety, seen things move or turn on by themselves. I'm not saying for sure, but the previous couple and the undeniable bad aura surrounding this house are related, but based off of my own experience in the past year of living here, it's too coincidental for my liking. My husband and I are newly married, 10/24/22, and I'm also 6 months pregnant. But we have known each other since we were 12 and 13. I'm 26 and he's 27. We have had our differences and have obviously gotten on each other's nerves before we lived here. But since moving in, we have become different at times. The way we fight has changed completely, and it's scary. I'll spare the minor details of that for now, but I have never seen or heard my husband or myself behave in ways that we have towards each other before this. Some of that, I believe, is due to stress, but we have become aggressive, hateful, irrational, and impulsive, just clouded with anger for no reason sometimes. I genuinely think whatever's turning my Christmas lights on is causing my recurring nightmares, making me and the man I love behave like barbarians, and maybe adding to the cause of my prenatal depression. Help me. Any advice is welcome.